Okay. Just checking. Hello, everybody. Checking if I'm too quiet or not. You know if I am too quiet, too loud. It's a little quiet. Okay. I'll put it up a bit more. Maybe that'll be good. Awesome. Awesome. How's it going, Ben? Oh, that's good. Sounds like it's almost too good over there. Somehow. Okay. I should... Hmm. 'Go like this. And announce my start. Three-day weekend. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. How's my day been? Uh, well, I had a bit of a late night, but I got up in time to go to church. Then I did some Eureka. And then I napped until now. So, yeah. Kept pretty chill. Oh, hey, Dane. So what are you going to do with your day of freedom then? What are you going to get up to? No idea. Awesome. Not sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not. Tomorrow. Well, tomorrow morning I have class. As far as it's like it hasn't canceled or anything, so I'll have to probably sign off stream a bit earlier so I can be quiet and wind down, and hopefully get some sleep in before class. And this week I have some tests coming up, I believe. I think. Let me see. I have a book that I made. Yeah, so I have 2 tests this week for I got like a quiz, a math quiz and a math test. And then next week I'll have a quiz and a test for 2 other courses. So the next couple weeks are basically math and test quizzes. An accounting quiz and another course quiz. So yeah, just a lot of quizzes coming up. And I'm traveling at the beginning of June. So one weekend I will be away, and I kind of want to get extra work done before I go so that I don't have to worry about that and I just have to worry about work. Because when you're traveling, the last thing you want to do is bring with you your school notebooks and everything. So I'm really hoping that I can get the most important stuff done by that weekend. I'm a little worried about this one test. It looks like it might be on the Friday, so I have to check and see if I can take it a bit earlier so I can avoid having to do it while I'm away. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. But yeah, keeping busy with school on top of work makes me, I don't know, like it's not bad. It's not so bad. It's just a lot of work that I gotta keep on top of because there's some new stuff I'm learning, so I have to sit and write it down and think about it. So yeah. Hello Simp. Hello Epic. Hello everybody. I hope everybody's day went well. Hope everyone is doing really well. Anybody have any interesting weekend story or coming off of a throat infection or something. Lost my voice, at least half of it, since last Friday. Holy moly. Oh my goodness. Yikes. I hope you're slowly on the road to recovery, Epic. That's a shame. But I mean, if your work is requiring you to have that, it must be even more stressful. But if your work isn't, then maybe you could still go to work. I don't know. Sometimes like colds can really hit you hard. I've been tired, quite tired myself. I saw a drunk driver driving too close to a bunch of parked cars and breaking like 3 side mirrors. He of course didn't stop. Oh. Wow. They're the only people getting me sick. Yeah, that's fair. Oh yeah, I remember the Elden Ring talismans. They look pretty cool. They looked pretty neat too. Yeah. Do you think you'll like wear them for cosplay, or are they more for decoration? Hello, Leo. We're just chilling for a little bit before starting. As per usual. Just a little bit. We'll get into it right away, because I'm probably not going to talk for a long time. Yeah, school, between balancing work and school, yeah, that's all I'm going to say. It's not been terrible, and I've been budgeting my time so that I spend time relaxing as well. I've been playing Final Fantasy XIV, and just doing light grinds in it that interest me, but yeah, I can lose a lot of energy lately because I've been a bit under the weather myself. I've been wearing them at work. Few people recognize them, but whenever someone brings them up, it's a compliment. Yep. That's wild. I can't get over Epic's personal photo that he shared, because he's so I can't even say. He's like the last person you'd imagine going around wearing nerdy stuff, but he does, which is so cool. And how things are here, if they discover who he is, nobody's going to call the police because that's a waste of time. Surely the owners will pay him a nice visit, give him some hugs. Well, maybe they should, Leo, if the police aren't going to do it. You know what I mean? If the law's sleeping, the bad guys get away with it, but so do the good guys. Why not? As long as it's not you, right, Leo? You're not the one who is in the car. I'm not. I don't even look at my phone while driving. Good man. Good man, Leo. I just carry them with confidence. I genuinely believe that being able to wear the things I make in the fashion I make them is comparable to getting pre-made jewelry as a store. Yeah, Yeah, I agree. I agree. I love making I like making scarves for people. Um and when they wear them, um or when they put out a quilt that I made, or when they, I don't know, like I crochet and quilt and do stuff, right? And if someone puts out a painting I made, or um wears something that I've made, um it's a feel good moment because someone has found that your stuff that you made for them means something. And it doesn't really matter if people compliment or not, right? It's more of just the act of wearing something that you made. It feels like you achieved something. So, and you did, right? You did. Those people have to pay those side mirrors themselves. Well, especially in that instance. We'll remember to grab materials and monies to send Chieko in exchange for a scarf. Yeah, I do genuinely think when you make something with your hands, it's probably one of the most essential things you can do in the world, right? Whether it's writing or crafting or baking or cooking, there's something about stepping back and saying, I did that, I made that. And yeah. Hello, Jonathan. We're just sitting and chilling for a little bit. Very soon, we're going to go in and start watching some stuff. We have something about anime has a church problem. We have what happened to good villains. We have what's happening to gaming. And is literature dying? So we got a roundup of negativity tonight. Maybe we can find some positivity. Is Chieko double / echo voice to anyone else? Yeah, everybody. Am I sounding like I'm echoing? Let me know. It looks like your speakers might just be shitting the bed, Shay, I'm afraid. Yeah. I don't know what to say. Uh, I got the microphone put on a boom stick type thing, and I will be trying to make time at some point to upload software to make it sound better. For right now, though, this is what it is. Alas. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. So I guess we'll start today with is English literature dying? I think this was shared by Simp. This one is another. Do you remember that board bro that we disagreed with one time and then maybe partially agreed with another time, but not fully? Anyway, we're going to watch something else and see if third time is the charm. And then we have what's happening to gaming. And then we have anime has a church problem. So we have some stuff from Simp, some stuff from Wooly, some stuff from, I don't know, some other people, I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll see what we can get done before a certain amount of time. Just because, like I said, I don't want to. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it nice and sweet tonight. Reloading made it better, Shay. Okay, awesome. Yeah, and for those coming in new, this. Oops, sorry. If my microphone just made a weird sound, I accidentally hit it. Next weekend, I'll probably have a stream, but the weekend after that, so that's the weekend of June 7th, I will be traveling. So that's happening. And some weekends I may just disappear, and I might not be as chatty on Discord because I'm taking 3 courses on top of work. I'm taking an accounting course, and I'm taking personal tax returns and a math course. And I was really nervous about the math because I have a mental self destructive block about it. Because I just think other people in my family are smarter at me with math. But so far, I've been doing pretty well. And I have a math test tomorrow. So, yeah, I'm, I've got a pretty full plate right now, in terms of my personal life. But I do want to, like, kind of do some work on YouTube. I've seen some things that have made me want to share my opinion, but you know me, and anyway, we'll see. We'll see in the coming weeks what things will look like. But yeah, let's get started. We're going to watch something called Is English Literature Dying? It's by The New Statesman, and so this looks pretty formal. And we're going to find out, is English literature dying? And I want to say that in terms of my own experiences, I do think that what formed the backbone of English literature has been diminished, definitely. So I don't know if the word dying is the word that I would use to say that it is dying, but I would definitely say that English literature has been diminished. And I think part of the problem comes from the fact that there are people out there who only see the world through the lens of, does this make money? And this question, does this make money, is incredibly important. I believe it's important, obviously. Anybody who's come from a world where you know what it feels like to not have money, you want to think, does this make money, right? You don't want to be poor, you don't want to be homeless. But even though I value practicality and I am by nature pragmatic, I personally believe that not everything in life should be valuated by its monetary value. So, not everything can be considered to be good or bad simply based on whether it can make money or not. And this idea that English literature isn't important because it doesn't lead to a good job, I think is short sighted and fundamentally wrong, personally. That's my personal opinion on that. I do personally believe that English literature, in terms of a classical understanding of English literature, critiquing and analyzing texts, is an extremely esoteric, intellectual, and highly academic exercise that does not, you know, on face value, have cultural use. But when people come to grips with English literature in the more classical sense of the word, I think I think it can teach us to be critical. It can teach us to be skeptical. It can teach us the importance of word choices, and it can improve our reading and our writing and our communication overall. And even more importantly, it brings us into a world of intellectual conflict where we're going to read things we don't agree with. We're going to read things we agree with. We're going to read things that will make us happy. We're going to read things that will make us sad. And so when you go into the world of English literature and you lay your personal opinions about how things should be at the door, if you go in with an open mind and a willingness to just learn and experience, I think you can find out a lot about human nature and the world. But even more important, you can find out about how people communicated these ideas and how their beliefs actually influenced the method of their communication. And this type of critique and critical eye can therefore be applied in other areas of life and is very useful. And the ability to communicate well is also very useful. However, I think with universities becoming more and more focused on, does this make money, English literature responded in a couple of different ways. First, it responded by making everything easy. Okay, made it everything approachable. It lowered standards in order to keep the folks coming through the doors. It tried to keep relevant, so it stopped looking at older stuff. It started just looking at modern writing. And this was in an effort to also maintain relevance and keep interest. And finally, English literature, due to some philosophers in the early 1900s, English literature took on some philosophies that I believe undercut it radically. And while I am not against postmodern critical reading per se, I think it needs to be done carefully, and it needs to be done in a political vacuum if possible. And unfortunately, in my opinion, English literature was used as a Trojan horse to combined with postmodern critical reading, and it applied this philosophy and this way of thinking to its own field of study and other fields of study, and in so doing destroyed itself to a degree, to a large degree. It very much diminished what English literature can do. So now English literature is the world of lazy, intellectually devoid people who sit around talking about things that they have no business discussing. It's full of largely women and gay men. Very few straight men are left in Canadian English literature circles, who are busybodies, talking about economics, talking about politics, talking about sociological issues, talking about anthropological concerns, talking about historical events and trends, as if they themselves have embarked on some intensive interdisciplinary study and research, when they have not. They don't know philosophy. They don't know theology. They don't even know their own English literature. They don't know history. They don't know anthropology or sociology. They don't know politics or economics. They don't know environmental studies, psychology, or sociology. But if you go into your average English literature class today, you sure as heckin' going to hear a lot of opinions about all of those things. And while I don't think it's wrong to share your opinion about something in class, I think there's a time and a place for it in an English literature class. And when you are inviting people to weigh in on something that they have no clue about, with the aim of politically motivating your students to take a specific political stance, and I don't care if it's right wing or left wing, I don't want to be there. I don't want to be there. And so I got front row seats since 2001. I've popped in and out of the English literature field over the years, and I watched it diminish to the point where students need trigger warnings before reading something. They should leave. Students can't read a book all the way through. They should leave. Students bringing their political biases into the classroom, they should leave. Students telling the professors what to say and what to think about certain things, they should also leave. Students who are just there to get a degree so that then they can get married, they can also leave. I was offered an opportunity to study at a master's degree level by the head of department. I was by no means doing poorly at English literature, and I walked away from an opportunity because I thought to myself, I cannot in all conscience I cannot put one more dime of my hard-earned cash, and I had to pay out of my own pocket to go back to school. There's no way I'm putting any cent further into this scam, into this fraud, into this absolute scam of this shit show. It was horrible. I was angry, and even to this day, some days I get bitter because my dream was to one day be a professor or at least a teacher at college level in Canada, and I will never be able to achieve that. I'm now fucked. So I'm switching my career to finance, and I'm going to go hang out with the finance bros because at least they're going to not, get in my face every single day about whether I read Harry Potter or not. I'm not even a hardcore Harry Potter fanatic, but the amount of times that I've heard students virtue signaling they're in like how I've seen some right-wing people virtue signaling too, to be fair. I couldn't anymore, and that's why I left. So I don't think English literature per se is dying, but I do think that the art of reading has diminished, and it has become little more than a political mouthpiece. And in Canada, the political mouthpiece is left-wing politics. And although I consider myself to be a very open-minded person who is fairly free thinking and is okay with people living their lives a certain kind of way. I don't want it destroying a field of study so that this field of study is no longer objectively good. And this field of study no longer has objective standards. And this field of study has just become a political mouthpiece for a very specific political party. Um, where people who are trying to ask questions are being called trolls, where you get pulled aside if you say something that might trigger somebody else. So I don't know if it's dying, but it certainly is diminished. And there are a lot of people right now who are graduating with a degree in English literature, but it really is just anthropology light. Anthropology for stupid people, for lazy people. And this is a topic that's near and dear to my heart. So we're going to see what the New Statesman thinks. Simp was saying that rich people are going to be the ones running the humanities overall, and the fact that he's British and they have a strongly marked caste system maybe in his country will be true. I can't speak for the UK, but I will tell you this. In Canada, we do have upper and lower class. Now, of course, it's not as obvious, but it does exist. And I can assure you that your average low class white trash girl isn't going to university. She's working at a Tim Hortons or at an Amazon, packaging plant. I got there through a variety of methods, including proving myself in high school, because my mother's hard work allowed me to overcome my economic station. And it was really thanks to my mother and my, to a degree, like, of course, I have an ability with English literature. Like, I do have that's a strength that I have to see patterns. So obviously I'm going to do well in English literature on my own, but my mother really helped me to excel in high school to such a degree that I was able to get scholarships and overcome a certain hump, so that I could go to a school that normally people with my financial background could not get to. But when you go to university these days, it is full of fairly well-off people, and they're all sitting around talking about the ghetto, the ghettoization of this and that and the gentrification. But in my opinion, all that they're scared of is that the poor people will come and park out on their rich lawns. They don't actually care about poor people. They just care about poor people hanging out on their lawns. So and it's all just a smokescreen. There's an actual class war going on. There's like an actual economic rift happening within Canada, and they're hiding it right now behind questions of gender, race, and sexuality. And they're pretending that the race problem is a big issue, or the gender / sexuality problem is a big issue, when in fact the class disparity is an increasingly big issue. And so they can sit in their little white towers, most of them fairly well off, most of them there because their parents paid for them, most of them living at home, not paying rent. And they, yeah, it's little wonder that they think that the world exists a certain way. They can't imagine the world existing a different way. They can't imagine actually having to deal with poverty. They don't know what that looks like. And to a degree, of course, as difficult as my life has been, I'm even looking downwards at some people going, holy moly, I could be them, right? Thank God for my family supporting me, for people coming alongside me in my life, and making sure that I don't like end up in some weird place. But but I have some stories growing up as a kid um that reminds me that it was not always easy for us. And I think some of these people just never had that experience, so they can sit around and kind of see the world a very certain type of way. It's very, very limited, and it is not based on reality. They're literally cut off from reality right now. um so yeah, anyway, let's see what this guy is going to say. I'm gonna pop up the volume, and let's see if we agree with this person or disagree with this person. Let's see.
English literature no longer makes the top 10 of A-level subject choices. English departments at universities are regularly closing. Studies show dramatic drops in literacy and reading, particularly amongst teenagers. So today we're asking, is English literature dying? James, give us the overview of what's happening, particularly in universities.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of factors at play. Obviously, a phenomenon like this is sort of multifaceted. The first interesting thing to say is that English literature is relatively recent as a degree subject. I think it's quite common for us to view it as a kind of eternal pillar of the curriculum that's always been at the centre of the university. That's just not true. It arrived at the beginning of the 20th century in Oxford and Cambridge, spread to other universities, was viewed quite often as a kind of ludicrous soft option. Collini's book is full of classicists sneering at how preposterous it is that anybody should bother having to study a poem or a novel that's written in their own language, which they speak every day. That seems totally stupid to people. And universities have, in their history, there have been several subjects that have taken this kind of central status in universities, which I think it's true to say literature did assume in the post-war era. So the medieval university was dominated by theology and law, for instance. Theology was the queen of the sciences. Law was the kind of number one vocational or quasi-vocational course for medieval students at universities. The dominant subject of the 19th century was classics. And there are arguments you can make, I make them in the piece, that the kind of preeminent subject in the university, in the Western university, sort of speaks to a wider, this is why it's so interesting, it speaks to wider cultural factors. So you might say, and people have, that the dominance of classics in the Victorian era spoke to a Victorian preoccupation with Western civilization, Victorian preoccupation with the Roman Empire, the British Empire was a kind of historical echo of it. And I think literature, especially in its golden age in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, was adopted.
Hang on, is that a golden age in Britain, or is that an American golden age?
In Britain and America.
Okay.
Was adopted as the kind of, by some people, by some critics, especially Lionel Trilling, literature was viewed as the kind of ideology of liberalism. Trilling wrote a book which amazingly in the 1950s was a bestseller in America called The Liberal Imagination. And part of the sort of implied argument of that book, and Trilling made it more explicitly elsewhere as well, is that literature and the study of literature is a fundamentally liberal enterprise because literature acquaints us with the diversity of human character, the uniqueness of human character, and we understand different points of view, we understand different people, and literature fulfills this function as this sort of liberal subject, which in the Cold War was viewed as a kind of important bastion against the totalizing ideologies behind the Iron Curtain.
I find that really, really fascinating. And I like how he talks about what was central to a university. So what was central to university before everything? And he is absolutely correct. At uni, in the medieval period, you would have theology, you would have law, sometimes you would have some types of philosophies that kind of would be linked to the theology. I think as theology, religion as a whole, let's be real, took a hit in the 1800s. So it got shunted, to more private niche academic circles, right? So theology kind of got shoved to the side, whether it's Catholic or Protestant or what have you. It was shoved into niche side colleges. Uh, um, and the I could see how this move from being central, which is this concept of theology, was replaced by the materialism and the secularism that sprang up within the roots of Victorian culture. Because although Victorians are famous for being extremely moral, they nevertheless had an issue with spirituality, like actually in dealing with spirituality. So I do see what he talked about, which was a shift. And the shift, therefore, went to classics. I would maybe even argue that this focus on the classics might have even been traced even earlier to the late 1700s. But definitely classics are very important as a mode of study. So people were studying Latin and Greek quite a bit. In the Victorian period leading up into the early 1900s. And in fact, if I recall correctly, there were some people like J.R.R. Tolkien, for example, who argued that the classics, that is to say Latin and Greek, still needed to be a major cornerstone for education. Of course, he was ignored. Because just nobody wants to spend time studying two dead languages, or in their head, dead languages. But what this man may not know is that there are groups, niches of people, specifically homeschoolers, who have actual homeschooling. You as a homeschooling mom can choose what is called the classical approach. And this will actually involve teaching your child Latin and Greek. So there are still little tiny niches within the country where you have these moms taking their kids back to the Victorian period, as it were, as best as they can, within the world that we are today in. I find it fascinating how he links English literature as a mode of individualism or as a mode of liberal thought in the face of communism. And what I find fascinating about that is that while this may be true, okay, while it may be true that English literature was to a degree a way for where's my notepad? Do I want to? Okay, I'm gonna draw a picture. Okay, I think two things were happening at the same time. Okay, I don't think it's as simplistic as saying literature was for the libs. All right. In fact, I think something else went on at the same time. So wait 1 second. I'm gonna make this square. Where's my okay, NFT time. Okay, so if we take a look at what he just said, we have here theology and law. And then here we have classics. Okay, so then into the 1900s, this is we'll put this at about the 1500s. Okay. Here is where we have the golden age. We'll put golden age of literature. Now, of course, literature wasn't the only subject to get into university at this stage. It wasn't the only one. There were other, things that came in, like math and psychology. Tons of other stuff came in. History, all of that came in to a degree at the same time. But if we're only talking about literature, okay, if we're only speaking on literature here, the golden age of literature, it actually consists of two streams. Okay, there's two streams, in my opinion. Now, once again, we have to take what I say with a grain of salt because I'm working from the education that I have, which I now consider to be unreliable. But hear me out. There's two streams, right? There's going to be what I call the traditional stream, or the I'm going to use this term very loosely, okay? Although I know that this is a very loaded word, conservative. And then I'm going to put here, I'm going to put liberal. Now, I'm the reason why I'm putting quotes around this is because it's not what you and I might be thinking about today. When he is talking about people who wanted to fight communism, okay, so we have this big thing here. It's called communism. Communism. Okay. When you have this big thing over here, we'll make it, we'll put it in a red box because red is communism. When you have this big thing floating here, you know that some people didn't like it. And so what he's talking about is that there was a group of people who viewed literature as a way to combat communism by being more liberal and more opening up the doors of thought and allowing people to experience different experiences. So more traditional conservative minds who were concerned about communism were encouraging this mode of individual expression and, of course, individual inquiry. But what they didn't know was at the same time, there was a second brand of communism riding with them. There was communism with them all along. It was the School of Frankfurt. And it had been there for quite some time. And this was what we're going to call new or better. I'm putting heavy quotes around this one. Communism. That's what the School of Frankfurt wanted. A type of socialist communism that wasn't going to be a dictatorship. We can do it better. You know that kind of meme. So I personally think that in pursuing this type of fight against the communists, the traditional conservative anti-communist people accidentally got in bed with a group of people who had their own agenda and their own way of looking at the world. And at first, in the golden age of literature, so if we call this the golden age of literature, right here, in this golden age, everything was genuinely fine. Everything was genuinely fine. We were studying classics. We were studying traditional stuff. We were studying, okay, so this was the time of studying Shakespeare. This was the time of studying the classics, the Greek and the Roman, right? This was the time of studying Victorian literature. This was the time of studying Edwardian and Georgian and medieval literature could flourish during this time. Okay, because at this time they had standards, they could actually do something. Then I would probably argue from about the 1960s, maybe to the 1980s, we had various pushes and pulls. So in this period of time, we had people who were pushing and pulling back and forth. So one of the people, for example, I don't know if anybody here ever heard of Northrop Frye? I don't know if anybody here has heard about them. So Northrop Frye, for example, and the School of Formalism or New Criticism attempted to return back to more normal things. Okay, Harold Bloom attempted, and he was actually a little bit later. He was in the 90s. So actually, I'm going to remove Bloom from here. I'm going to put Bloom over here. Bloom was in the 1980s and 1990s. He was attempting to tell people to go back here, okay? Because he could already see in the 1980s, guess what was happening? This. I don't know if you guys can see this. I'll zoom in. And now, look at what we got. It's not communism. So anyone who tells you it's communism is wrong. It's a type of communism. And as we know, with all types of anti-fascism, it's going to be fascistic. So now, in the 2000s, this is what I have to deal with. This bullshit right here. Bullshit. So there was nothing necessarily wrong with the early golden age of literature insofar as they had a healthy cultural mandate that could keep everybody in line. Nobody was going to be unacademic. Nobody was going to be necessary, although I'm sure that there was gatekeeping. I'm sure that there was elitism. I'm sure that there was bullshittery going on during this time period. But things were at least academic, at the very least. And now we're in a whole other world of stupidity. Now we're going to find out what the New Statesmen think has happened. This is how I view it as having happened. I think it was hijacked, but I think it was there all along. In niche circles. In very niche circles. And when communism came out and was like, uh-oh, oopsie whoopsie poopsie, we shit the bed, Gulag Archipelago by Solzhenitsyn came out, and people were like, oh shit, communism isn't the answer. They went into hiding again, and then they popped out again later with their School of Frankfurt philosophies, and then they took over. So depressing. Pretending to do good makes them free to justify doing anything they want because they're so righteous. Yes, Leo, exactly. Which is a very rich, spoiled kid way of thinking, like lying to your parents that you're a good kid and then you're a piece of crap when they aren't looking. Pretty much. I would have gone if they taught swordsmanship. Yeah. Study other minds to better be racist and sexist. They kind of had a bit of their own renaissance, embracing industry as well to maintain their classy looks and persona. Yeah, I think Latin and Greek are removed from classic uni degrees in the UK. Yeah. Latin and Greek seem to have been removed just to steer us away from tradition even more, or at least for tradition to only be owned by whoever can be afford to study those things. I personally believe that the canary in the mine for me, okay, this is my wake-up call, was when I realized they weren't studying young. because Jung is fruity. Okay, let's all be real here. Okay, Jung is super fruity. He is crazy. He is kind of in this era right here. And when they weren't studying him, I was like, why? And that's when I was like, oh, I see. Okay. Because for me, I think they are scared of anything that empowers a person to think and act for themselves and take responsibility. And this is just the way it is, right? It's about personal responsibility and society being diseased as a whole and needing spirituality, yada yada. And when I saw that this was no longer getting covered at uni level for literature, I realized something else was going on. It's taught, but just say intro to psychology in 8 levels. Yeah. It's not taught as a viable it's not taught as a viable literature tool. I don't care what is or isn't happening in psychology. That's not the field of study we're discussing. We're talking about literature. Jungian psychoanalytics is just as viable or just as reasonable a study as feminist theory, post-colonial theory, postmodern critical theory, critical race theory. There's a whole bunch of other bullshit stuff going on right now. There's no reason why we can't study Jung as well. If we're studying all of this other bullshit, why can't we also study Jung? You know why? Because Jung is absolutely opposite to a whole bunch of those particulars. Very politically motivated forms of reading. So once again, like whether psychology has Jung or not, whether Jung works psychologically is not the point here. If we're talking about forms of hermeneutics, forms of how to read a book, there are so many bullshit ways of reading a book these days, and they forgot to put Jung on the curriculum. And that to me was the canary in the mine when I realized that they were not interested in encouraging their students to take responsibility for what was happening in their lives or to take responsibility for what is happening in society. They just want activists and they want people to be scared. And so they didn't encourage anyone, and they certainly weren't offering courses in it. And they weren't even mentioning it. I didn't hear one peep about Jung psychoanalysis as a form of legitimate reading until a 4th year class where a professor mentioned it offhand before handing out an assignment. So I went to her and I said, hey, can I actually do that? She said, yes. How can they take responsibility if they're all victims? Yeah. That's the whole point. Knowing Latin and Greek gives you firsthand access to foundational texts of the West, like the Vulgate, Homer, and Aristotle. Even just studying word roots, Greek and Latin word roots, improves your vocabulary. And beyond that, I would argue that studying formally a language or 2 or 3 helps you understand the shape of a language and helps you understand English even better. And finally, learning to memorize and sit and be self-disciplined is just as an important quality to learn as a student as it is to learn how to share your cookies and how to be a sportsman on the playground. So Jungian archetypes were one of the first things I actively learned on my path to wanting to write more seriously all the way back in high school. Even so, you wouldn't believe me where I learned. Yeah, I mean, it's just that I'm fine with some groups of people saying, hey, the point of our program at this university is to study this, right? All universities will have a specialization. It will depend on the professors they gather. But it is extremely sus to me that they are so focused on a specific forms of reading and not on classics or young or medieval literature. It's extremely sussy. You know what I mean? You have to ask yourself. So far, this bro is speaking fairly accurately. But I would argue that at the same time that they thought that they were fighting communism, they were in fact being hijacked underhandedly, but they didn't know. They didn't know that they were actually being hijacked by another type of philosophy and approach to living. Okay, let's keep watching.
I think literature's lost its capital and its status in that sense. Probably unsurprising to a degree. No subject is going to dominate a university forever. I think it's arguable that it's been replaced by subjects like psychology. I think people come to psychology for what they might have once gone to literature for. So that's.
I think he's also correct that something is not going to have the same status that it did before. That is true too. That is also true. Like I said, I think theology took a hit and lost relevance over time, unfortunately, because I don't actually think theology is irrelevant. Obviously not. But in the eyes of society, theology was replaced by, let's be honest, shitty philosophy and psychology and yeah, that kind of stuff. And it is very possible that if people were reading literature to understand the mind or to understand the human or the human experience, then I definitely agree that English literature was bound to, with the rise of psychology, English literature was bound to take a second seat. And frankly, I'm okay with it taking a second seat as long as the standards remain where it should be. I do also think it was a mistake to focus literature on the human experience. I personally have never studied English literature in order to have a human experience. I am more looking at the communication, the themes, I tend to intellectualize the subject more than what some people do. So I personally am disinterested in asking, what does this thing tell me about culture or life? That's a secondary concern for me personally. I'm more interested in how did the author do it? What was the author doing? What was the effect of how they did it? And then after all of that, I might consider, what does this tell me about humans, or what does this tell me about the world? But I frankly never really was super. That was something I would tack on the end of my essay just to save me from having, being hounded about relevance. But I personally think that this whole, we need to be relevant, we need to be teaching people something about humans or teaching people something about culture. I think that concern about relevancy is a trap, personally. I think that's where all the problems. Just the fact that he defined literature only through the lens of, I'm learning about someone else's experiences, says everything right there. Actual philosophy degrees still seem quite decent. Just English Lit has the crazy philosophy stuff in it. The reason why English literature has the crazy philosophy stuff is because the people engaging in the philosophy are not philosophers. If you sat in a class, you would hear crazy stuff about economics. You would hear misinformation about history. You would hear misinformation about religion. you would hear misinformation. Like, these are people who can't even read a book, okay? Read a Gothic like the uh what's it called? Um oh my gosh. It's on the tip of my tongue. But it was I think it was Horatio Walpole's whatever castle. They will read a book, okay? And they will read a sentence that says that the girl entered the monastery, and they can't fucking tell the difference between Catholic and Protestant. It says a monastery, and she's watching a monk praying, and they can't tell whether this particular story has Catholic or Protestant flavoring. What are we doing here? And yet they still want to weigh in on religious matters when they can't even tell the difference between two major faiths or forms of a single faith, depending on your viewpoint of that whole situation. But like, they can't even tell the difference. And they still want to weigh in. So, of course, their philosophy is going to be crazy because they're weighing in on something that they have no knowledge of. They're just saying shit. And that's why I got annoyed. I'm not against philosophy. I'm against people talking about philosophy in a way that seems to affirm their knowledge of it when they actually have no knowledge of it. They're just shooting the breeze, and they're pretending that it's academic. They're pretending that it's philosophical. In the same way that they are talking about economics or history or religion. They literally talk about it like they know what they're talking about because they're copying what someone else said about it. And then they apply their predetermined beliefs to something and hate on that thing because it doesn't support what they want. But they themselves are incredibly unacademic. They don't know what they're talking about. They're literally stupid. I may not know everything. At least I will admit I don't know everything, right? The reason why I don't want to talk a lot about stuff like, for example, postmodern critical theory, or why I am very cautious about discussing certain philosophical stuff is because, newsflash, I don't have a degree in it. I barely studied it. The one time I tried to take a philosophy class, I was 18 or 19 years old, and I literally stopped going to class and I failed it. Like, what are we, like, obviously I would probably do a better job now because I'm much older now and my brain is more developed. But like, what are we talking about here? So we have a lot of these people sitting around sounding crazy. Like, and then they sit and they go, oh, I'm going to watch this movie. And if it has anything that I disagree with in it, I'm going to cancel it. I'm going to read Harry Potter. And if the author says anything that I disagree with, I'm going to cancel it. Like, this is really, really not good. Like, it's just not good. And I think at the end of the day, I'm fine with people saying, hey, I don't know, but this is my opinion. But if you go to a literature class, they are not saying this is my opinion. They are stating it as if it is fact. And that's why this crazy philosophy stuff, Simp, actually continues. And there were some times where I was like, I'm just going to let it go. Like, you know, like there's just so much you can do. You're just like, whatever, fuck it, move on. But there were a couple times where people were encouraging, low-key encouraging other people in the class to shit on people groups they knew nothing about, like the Moravians. Nobody knows about the Moravians. The only reason why I knew that they existed, and I had an inkling that they existed is because of my mother's Reformation nights that we would hold once a year around Halloween. That's the only reason why I had a vague inkling that this was a thing and that maybe I should look it up on Google and maybe I should research it. But instead, this person who was asking the question didn't even do basic research and was low-key encouraging everybody else in the class to shit on this group of people that nobody knew about and to talk about them as if they had done their research on these people. And luckily, the prof did know and had done her research and stepped in. And I stepped in, of course, because I was like, what are we doing here? But this is a common occurrence. And that's why I get really annoyed about this whole thing. It's like English literature is where lazy people go to share their opinions about everything. It is the ultimate female energized, busybody, slanderous, gossipy bullshit in the world. And I am very tough on my sex, and sometimes party jokes that I'm a misogynist. Going there, when I went back in 2018, 2019, 2020, I had a couple days where I felt that regression psychologically, where I didn't want to be a woman anymore. Usually I'm good, right? Usually I don't experience anything like that ever. Like I kind of came out of it in my early 30s, thank goodness, and I don't have that mental issue anymore. But that mental issue came back a couple times during those years, and I got scared because I didn't want to go through another 10 years of my life wishing that I was a man. Like, that would be horrible. I didn't want dysphoria, but I suffered a mild regression into gender dysphoria or body dysphoria because of what was happening in the classroom. That's how bad it got for me, because we were just a bunch of women sitting around talking about stuff in a very embarrassing, I felt embarrassed. I felt horrible. I was like, what are we doing? And I don't want to be negative about the female sex. Like, I want to be positive about who I am and what I am. I don't want to feel ashamed and have to feel horrible for being a woman. But when I was with them, I felt horribly ashamed that I had to sit here and watch these women literally behave this way. And this is where I came into realizing that something was going on at such a level that I was getting affected mentally. That's why I left, because I was like, I got to take care of myself. Like, this is this is flying too close to the fire, but yeah. And I just think that I shouldn't have to feel this way. We should be better. If we're sitting around trying to be feminists and trying to say that we are just as smart as the guys and we can do what the guys are doing, then what are we doing over here? Why are we engaging in group thought? And why are we engaging in this kind of literal lazy intellectualism and this political rhetoric? I got extremely black-pilled, and I got extremely negative about being a woman all over again. And I had done so well. Like, I had made serious gains on my internal psychology over the years in China. And coming back to Canada exacerbated it all over again. But yeah. Let your anger rise. Use it. Use your anger. Hatred to strike them down. Do not be denied your destiny. Rant, rave. Do it. Yeah. I just feel sad because it doesn't have to be this way. We didn't have to go down this route. We could have maintained standards. We could have maintained a level of intellectual integrity. We could have admitted that our focus in English literature was wrong, right? We could have admitted that our focus on the human experience was the wrong focus. We could have taken a side role and just made it more difficult to get in. It is there's so many things that we could have done instead, but instead we decided to go the political route, and we decided to make ourselves less than useful. We could watch that Anita video. It's 4 minutes long to see that woke is alive and well. Yeah, Anita Sarkeesian, man. I knew a guy who had a master's in philosophy. His critique of modern philosophy is that they stopped thinking about thinking, and all they do is argue about the grammar. My very basic understanding, Wooly, is that modern philosophy put itself in a corner, and theology is probably where more breadth is. But because humans are afraid of theology, they have to stick with philosophy, and there is a limitation, I think, perhaps, to philosophical inquiry. But that's just a guess. Yeah. Shay said, I have to hang out with almost exclusively men to feel like a woman, because I don't feel like whatever that is. Yeah. I mean, once again, I want to feel like a woman, right? I want to have a womanly thought and experience life as a woman. I'm not against women or female experiences, but it becomes difficult when I see my biological sex behaving the way that they did. It's just very hard. I will be honest and say I've had moments where I truly did not want to be a man when I was young, and it's low-key scary to think what would have happened if those thoughts happened at that age in 2026. Yes. Yeah, it is kind of scary. Who knows what might have ended, where you might have ended up. But Epic, it's also up to your parents, right? And the people around you in your life. So what happened to that Polish booktuber who's a super fan of The Witcher? She started almost crying while talking about the TV series and what they're doing to the female characters. Yeah. Philosophy is just becoming more analytical. Even theology is becoming that. So now you get a whole lot of people trying to prove God by using mathematical arguments. That's interesting, Simp. That's, at least they're trying to do something. At least, right? And I think that's a little wild, but it's better than sitting around, I guess, and putting words in other people's mouths, right? Oh, man, I should ask you, Leo, about the Polish booktuber who's crying. That sounds sad. But yeah, okay, let's keep listening to this, bro, and see where he goes with this.
Part of it. Mm-hmm. And that's, I think, part of the natural development and evolution of universities. And that's, I guess, would make me sad, but is fine. I think the bigger story that makes it more different and more interesting is that it's simply that people are reading much less than they once did. There are various statistics that show this. And the decline of literature, I think, is most interesting to me as a kind of casualty of the end of the culture of reading, which has been a central feature of our civilization since the invention of the printing press, and especially since the end of the 18th century, when reading really spread, beyond elites and into the middle class and further down society. And I guess it's kind of what we mentioned earlier.
You've brought a cheat sheet. Sorry.
Yeah, I have all kinds of depressing statistics.
I'm taking your mask off for the
no, but
the
there are so many bleak statistics I couldn't possibly memorize them all. That's how bad it is.
So let's have a couple of the statistics, if you will, James.
So there's been some really interesting work on this recently, because I think people are waking up to it. But there's a survey last year that found more than a third of adults who said they once read regularly for pleasure no longer do so. There's another report earlier this year from the National Literacy Trust, which reports shocking and dispiriting falls in children's reading for pleasure. Mm-hmm. Children's reading has never been lower. The number of 8 to 18-year-olds reading for pleasure has halved in the last 2 decades. And I think the really alarming thing that shows this is not just the province of like moaning opinion columnists finding something to be cross about is a report from the OECD released at the end of last year, which found that literacy was declining and stagnating in most OECD countries, which is a really remarkable finding. If literacy is declining in a developed country, that would imply some kind of, you'd think there'd been some sort of economic shock or war or the education system had collapsed.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I think what we're seeing is the replacement of the culture of the book by the culture of the screen.
I think it's both. I think the educational system has collapsed, FYI. I do think it has collapsed. Of course, it looks like it's alive and well, but it's not. Okay, so we have TV. We have radio, audio. We have computer. And with the computer, we have gaming. And then we have film. All of these mean taking time from reading. Which means less reading. But there is another thing, which is shitty education. Put it over here. Shitty education also leads to less reading. Less reading leads to, let's say, less importance of literature. Which leads to, what did it lead to? Shitty education! Okay, something else happened at the same time. Homo philosophy devalued classics. Less importance of literature. Shitty education happened because of, well, a bunch of different things, right? There's the economics of it. There's the logistics. And finally, there's the philosophy. So the philosophy, the logistics, and the economics have all become shit. They have become big doo-doo. This is my turd. So, classrooms have become overstuffed with students. Teachers do not have access to traditional materials. Kids that are poor are abandoned by their parents. The participation trophy award, all of that has made for a shitty education system, which has led to less reading, and less reading has led to less importance of literature, and less importance of literature goes back to shitty education. It's a literal vicious cycle. And then, of course, here we have Pomo philosophy, which has devalued literature. And we'll say also here the cultural studies approach has also devalued the importance of reading a text. And then all of these TV, radio, audio, computer, gaming stuff has also taken and impacted less time for reading. Waiting for Chieko to get angry. I mean, I've only gone on one rant so far. We're chilling with the streamer. Yeah. I wonder when video game making becomes obnoxiously accessible because AI advancements, if aspiring novel writers are going to have to write in interactive virtual narrative instead. Probably, Shay. Yes, I agree. That probably will happen. Chico needs to make a version of her model with scary eyes and a fanged mouth and crazy hair for when she gets into her rant modes. Oh, that would be funny. That would be funny. I think Tolkien, because of the person that he is, would still have written. I do think so. Um, just because I think there are personality types who will still do the writing, but yeah. As an ex-reader, I'd also like to add that fantasy and sci-fi, which was my primary reading material, became raw sewage around 20. Okay, yeah, good point. Okay, actually, very good point. Let's put that in the corner. I love that, Wooly. Thanks for reminding us. Okay, another thing that has led to less reading is shitty books, which is on its own here. And where did the shitty books come from? Well, it comes from the shitty education. It also comes from just cultural trends, right? Like just cultural trends that are less than, exciting. But yeah, I think we have like a general idea here of where did less reading come from. I don't think it is just computers. I don't think it's just TV. I do think that education is shit. I think he's hard coping here. We could draw a copium mask on him and just say education is fine. It's not fine. I don't think it is fine. I legitimately don't think it is fine. You have a massive headache? Isn't that so weird? Lately, I've been having headaches as well. It's just really, really weird. My sis is okay. Just checking in. Maybe it's because we haven't eaten as well. It's the damn phones. Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think it's simply because of TV and radio and computer and gaming and films. I really don't think so. I think literature took a hit, education took a hit, publishing trends took a hit, and then other alternatives to what's going on is impacting it. And I will say that he may be thinking about it to a degree of children. Okay, so he's talking about children quite a bit, children and teens. This is a good question. So that's about parenting and education. And if he's talking about men, I definitely think that male reading has taken a hit. If anybody is currently holding up the world of publishing, it's the women. And it's because what Wooly said. Wooly isn't finding stuff that's written for him. So there's nothing for him to read. But there are tons of people who, specifically female readers, who are being serviced, who are getting what they want, and they're doing fine. They're eating. You can always find gold in the ocean of diarrhea that's contemporary literature. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be something out there. Go make some food. Yeah, you should. Make some food for yourself. As a reader of D&D novels, I was reading the core novels before I ever got into the tabletop game. The last series of novels came out in 2016 with The Sundering to unite the setting for 5th edition. Okay, so was that like the last time you read it, Epic? I was near on 30 years old before getting a smartphone. It ain't the cause. Yeah, Wooly, I'm telling you, I don't think for some men, yes, I do think the computer impacted their ability. But for a lot, it was this shitty books. Books not written for them. And why did that happen? Right? Oh, okay. So Epic said that he was devastated knowing they wouldn't have more books for him to read because they considered it a financial dead end and pushed in a new direction. Okay. That's a shame. Mm. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah. Yeah, I think we could ask why. Okay, so why are these books no longer appealing to men specifically? That's a good question. Was it the fact that men stepped out of literature and lost grip on the publishing industry? Is it because men got distracted by computers and stopped putting personal investment into the publishing industry? Is it because male students were no longer serviced by education that was now focused on female learning styles? So male literacy took a hit, and so they therefore did not go into the publishing industry. It's hard to say. It's very hard to say. I do think the publishing industry is struggling on with the help of women carrying it, but it's very touch and go. I still don't think the publishing industry is what it was before. Men never stepped out of literature, they were shoved out. Very possible. I would lean toward thinking that. I would lean toward thinking that the industry became inimical to male interest. Well, I can say that Critical Role started streaming in 2015, and with CR came a big push into supplements, and they changed their entire business model to a subscription service so they can profit. Yeah, and I bet also video games and mobile shit, Epic probably didn't help either. You know what I mean? Yeah, I heard about that. I do kind of actually Epic. I low key follow D&D stuff through someone, and it just sounds like the whole situation with the D&D is just wild. It's just they're going places. Uh yes. I just reread old books and played CRPGs and JRPG games. Yeah, exactly, Willie. I think it's both and. You know what I mean? So I don't think this bro is entirely wrong. I just think he's coping. I think he's coping about education. I think he's coping about the state of universities. And I think he's coping about the state of the publishing industry. Because I think if we took a hard look at those three main social frameworks, I think we could see some terrible stuff going on. Parents don't bother to read to their children anymore. You are absolutely correct, Royal. You're absolutely correct. Yeah. Yeah. Parents aren't reading to their kids. And we know for sure, like, this is something that has been determined through studies, that if you read to your child, you're automatically going to not only increase their interest in reading, you're going to improve their educational standards. Men are the stronger sex. I know because I flex in the mirror every morning and I smell my pants. uh, uh. It should have been a canary in the coal mine. Yeah, I do agree. Yeah, yeah. I personally think that there are things out there for guys to enjoy. I'm not saying that guys are this eternal victim that we all need to sit around in kumbaya, but it is an interesting thing to notice that women are still able to, you know, eat as the expression it goes, fairly well with books. Guys are struggling with interest more so than girls. But even so, it is still arguable that girls aren't reading as much as well. Girls aren't doing it as well. Like young females aren't reading as much. And why is that? It is very possible that reading is no longer being supported by parents, and reading is no longer being supported by the school in a meaningful way. And the school trots out these boring ass stories, feeds these boring ass stories to the kids, and the kids are like, I don't want to read no more, right? Like, what kid is going to want to read after having to read some depressing story about a kid in a third world country, losing their leg or something? Like, it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough sell. Most kids just want to read horror. I don't know if you guys remember back in the day, kids, when I was reading, because I took part as a grumpy Chieko teen, I took part in reading partner volunteering opportunities. And a lot of the kids in the early 2000s were reading Bunnicula. They were reading Animorphs. They were reading Star Wars books, kids' Star Wars books. They were reading like the Nancy Drew Babysitter Club. They were reading very simple, crappy books, frankly, but they were still reading them, and they were interested in what was going on, because the books were corny but fun. And some of them were also like fairly edgy. So I just think that there's a lack of edge right now. There's a lack of transgression in the right way. And it's this safeness, I think, that is boring everybody out of their minds. Kids entering preschool were expected to know the basics of the alphabet before entering. Now they don't even come potty trained. That's another good point, Royal. Yeah, stuff is just not being covered before at the home or in the daycare, unfortunately. Reading requires having an attention span. True and real. I'm playing the Great Gatsby for all of this. Men just have excuses. They can be Elden Ring but can't read a book. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Bunnicula. OMG, the nostalgia. Oh, Epic knows what Bunnicula was. Oh, why read when you can play the critically acclaimed MMORPG? Yeah, there's a lot of, oh my gosh. So I'm not going to try to go into it, but there was another article that I was reading about how is Square Enix going to reach to the young Gen Alpha. And I thought to myself, if they want to continue to be the narratively heavy games that they've always done, almost always done, I should say, they're fucked. Okay? They're fucked. Because the whole point of the Final Fantasy brand, like the IP, is based off of, generally speaking, except for Final Fantasy 1 and maybe 2, generally speaking, from what I understand, 3 onward, they are narratively focused, and there is dialogue and a level of mental narrative engagement you have to go in there for. So they'd have to really reevaluate how the focus of their games are going to go if they are going to appeal to Gen Alpha. And the writer was saying, oh, they just need more collabs. I'm like, bro, you have no idea what you're talking about. You have no idea, okay? How many kids do you think are picking up Baldur's Gate 3 or the Owlcat CRPG games for Warhammer 40K? Right? Like, not many. Barely none at all. Right? Why? Why? Because it takes way too much reading and cognitive weight. Even if it's a smart kid, that smart kid isn't going to sit there and do it. Now, I do know, like, I have heard of some kids, I have heard of some parents taking their 12-year-old into Final Fantasy 14, but that's a special relationship between a kid and their parent. Obviously, the parent is doing something right for their kid there, but that's not a regular thing, right? That's not a regular thing. Most parents don't know about this shit. They're just plugging their kids into Roblox and Fortnite. Zero narrative value, zero critical thinking beyond problem solving. Like, obviously, Fortnite and Roblox has creativity. It has an avenue for logical thinking, teamwork. There are other positive things that can be gained from playing those games. I'm not saying those games have zero value, but in terms of narrative, not that much, really. Let's all be real. Personally, think that if you want to attract males back to reading, you need to scale back the book size. I agree. I agree, Herman. My novella is a no-brainer impulse sale for all kinds of readers. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why the book I was working on, at least until my courses kicked in, but the book I was working on was intended to be extremely short, Herman, because I also think that length is kind of stupid these days. All the guys I know who read are chewing through mega novels, but maybe there's less of them than there would be if the books were shorter. I do agree with Herman. I think there would be more male readers if the books were shorter. How much longer can Sanderson maintain an audience with his mediocrity? I think quite a long time, because I think most people are okay with mediocre, frankly. All right, let's keep going.
This is accelerating with the advent, I think, especially of short form video, TikTok. People are reading much less than they did. And this is I just think, unbelievably important and interesting cultural change that we're right in the midst of. And the collapse of the English literature degree and its significant decline is a sort of canary in the coal mine for this much deeper, much more dramatic cultural trend that I think is basically the most important and the most interesting thing that we're living through as a society right now.
Tangel, how does that make you feel?
Interesting. Let me ask you this, James. You have spoken fairly neutrally about the fact that a change is happening. But is this change good or bad? And let's put your cards on the table here. I mean, you think that they're negative changes, right? But let me ask you why? Why is it such a bad thing?
I mean, I guess, I would personally feel sad about the decline of the English literature degree. People have made various, I think sometimes somewhat extravagant arguments about the importance of studying literature. It makes us more moral. It's, as the Lionel Trilling argument, is the foundation stone of liberalism.
But what do you think? I mean, you mentioned Trilling. I mean, Trilling says that, I think he uses the phrase something like that literature illuminates the moral experience, and it helps us sort of basically think about right and wrong, a kind of moral reasoning. Do you agree with that? Do you share that view?
Yeah.
I buy it part way. Specifically to do with literary texts, I think there's probably some truth in it, but I'm a little bit skeptical of some of the more extravagant claims that have been made for literature, specifically. I think the sort of thing that I do really believe is that a culture of reading, it doesn't necessarily have to be literature, it could be non-fiction as well, or text that we might not count as literary, has been vital to the development of democracy. I think there's a book, Amusing Ourselves to Death by Neil Postman, which is a kind of Bible to me. And one of the arguments that book makes is that we can default into thinking of democracy as this sort of abstract ideal that has fallen into our laps out of history from nowhere. He points out that democracy is the product of a particular culture, which was the incredibly textual culture of the 19th century. It's where modern democracy arrived. And the case of that book is that without a culture of print and without a culture in which politics is debated in print, he makes several, I think, very convincing arguments for the importance of print to political life. It has this sort of distancing, formalizing effect that lowers the temperature of debate. It favors more complex arguments. You can't just assert stuff in print in the way that you can on TikTok or on TV. And I think, the decline of the English literature degree, sad personally to me, maybe not a civilizational catastrophe. The wider thing that is a symptom of the decline of literacy and the replacement of literacy by like video and internet, I think is a catastrophe. And I think a lot of the sort of unhappy and depressing things that we're seeing playing out in our politics can be traced to the decline of reading. I think that's a disaster.
I suppose you.
I actually agree with this bro. Did you notice? They tried to get him to say, well, not trying to suggest these bros on both sides of this bro here. I'm not trying to say that they have some sort of malicious plan here, okay? But what they're trying to do is they're trying to pin down this concept of literature as an avenue to explore the human spirit or the human experience or the human moral experience. And do you notice how he wouldn't go all the way as to saying that is its value? Did you notice that? That's not how it should be operating entirely. So can you go into literature and find out what did people believe? Or what did this person believe? Or what does this person believe we should believe? Right? He would agree that this is one form of reading that we can do into literature. But this is not the only point of literature. There are basically 3 camps of literature, of reading and critiquing literature. And I personally dislike 2 of them. And so let's talk about the 3 camps of literature. We're doing a lot of pictures tonight. I don't know why. But the 3 camps to me for literature, it's the first camp of the is it shit camp. So this is trying to evaluate the quality. So this is the quality of the book. So this is the good bad review. That we often see this on TikTok or on YouTube. And people actually think this is some form of literary critique. It certainly does require literary skills, but I do not consider it to be literary inherently. But it does require some literary knowledge and grammatical knowledge, linguistic knowledge even, I shall say. And then let's say we can have another question is, what moral does it share or explore? So this is the focus on the human experience, or the human or the moral viewpoints. So this is where we get a lot of preachiness. So this is the preachiness. This is where Anita Sarkeesian says we have to look for all of this. We have to look for it. So this is where you are using literature to support your left-wing or right-wing beliefs. So you're going to reach back to Shakespeare, or you're going to reach back to Wollstonecraft, or you're going to reach back to various people, and you're going to critique them based off of whether they agree with you or not, whether they support your viewpoint or not. And if they are saying the things you want them to say, they are good. And if they do not say the things that you want them to say, then they are bad. So sometimes the is it shit camp will overlap with the morality group, because the ideologically inclined people who just want to see a world that they agree with are going to determine the shit or not shit value based on the moral that the book holds. So if somebody like JKR comes out online and says something, instantly that makes her book crappy in the eyes of some whack nut job people, right? Wacky people. Now, we could evaluate whether her stuff is shit or not shit based off of objective view, like objective rubrics of quality in terms of grammar, in terms of editing, in terms of, let's say, story construction, in terms of plot progression, in terms of character progression. We could take a look at the story and say whether is it good or bad. But people who belong to camp number 2 are more concerned about, is J.K. Rowling a good person? And does she agree with what I say? And are her books therefore agreeing with what I say? And if she somehow says something that I disagree with, suddenly everything that she has done is all trash now. And one thing as well is this third part here. This is where I want to think is what concepts, themes, motifs, symbols, or other techniques are employed and to what effect. So this is looking at the text with the lens of eventually being able to talk about, is it shit? Eventually being able to discuss, what is the morality? But this is what I would call cerebral or intellectual, or not intellectual, I'll say theoretical. Let's use the word theoretical critique. So instead of trying to determine whether it's written well or not, instead of trying to determine what it is saying about life, it is simply trying to look at how did the writer write this, and what are these techniques that they are using, and what effect did it cause? And from there, you could then make other statements if you so wished. Germany was the pinnacle of literature at the turn of the 20th century, and look how moral they turned out. Yeah. Definitely. I'm gonna just save this. German schools of thought effed with everything.
It would be very easy to find societies in history that have had printed material that have been led in some cases by very literate people, people who could write, people who wrote poetry.
I also agree that, do you remember what I said at the very beginning? Literature isn't just about literature for normal people, okay? So like, why would a normal person, like most of you in chat, benefit from studying literature? It is not to know whether something is shit, although that's helpful as a consumer. It is not to figure out your morals, although that can be helpful. And it is certainly is not probably very interesting to you to figure out this more cerebral, theoretical bullshit, okay? Most of you don't care about that, right? Let's all be real. What it's actually going to help you to do is learn to read and be critical and learn how to communicate in turn. Because you're writing, newsflash, we all know it. Like, we all know it. Your reading will directly influence your ability to write. Your writing is directly correlated, the strength of your writing is directly correlated to your ability to read. If you are reading shit, your writing is shit. if you are reading great stuff, your writing will generally speaking, with the aid of a teacher who helps you understand how to apply what you are reading to your own writing, generally your writing will improve. Your vocabulary level will improve. And he pointed out, he's quoting Neil Postman there. He pointed out how forcing yourself to sit down and write something out is actually an exercise in logic and rationality. And so there have been many times where if I had met a certain person online in real life and they caught me off at a bad moment, we would have a flaming row, right? We would have a throwdown. But many times I've gone and typed something out into YouTube that was like 500 words long, and I stopped myself. I copied and pasted into a notepad, and they are completely, like, the words are completely making sense, but maybe I realize that I'm missing certain argumentations, or I'm realized that my thought process hasn't been fully communicated correctly. And writing is a chance for you to slow down and really think about what you're saying. Now, of course, you got keyboard warriors who just shit stuff out, which is, once again, probably due to shitty education. But generally speaking, if you are taking the time to write in long form, you're taking a position, generally speaking, literature is going to help you improve your vocabulary and your word choices so that when it comes time to communicate these deeper issues that concern you, you are going to have a better chance at communicating them better or more clearly or more logically. Half of the issues that I have with YouTube videos these days isn't necessarily always the ideas presented. It is how they are presented. And I keep saying it. You can have a great idea, but you can present it poorly. And you can undercut your own solid argument by just not being organized and thoughtful and careful. And he points out that this is not about reading literature per se. Even just reading nonfiction will generally help you out, unless you're reading like modern day nonfiction, in which case you're just going to be recycling trash. But if you were reading something that's a bit older in nonfiction, that will still help you out, right? It still is going to help elevate your way of thinking about communication, how to communicate, and what words you're choosing, and being more thoughtful with that.
People who read novels, people who reviewed plays and operas, and you could open the lid on that society and find a sort of steaming cauldron of prison camps, jackboots, barking dogs, barbed wire, which I think is one of the, when Tangent were discussing George Steiner's sort of rebuttal to the argument that highly literate people are moral is, I mean, obviously the very clear ones are, you know, the Nazi Holocaust, and I don't know if you mentioned Stalin, but again, you know, those Politburos were full of very cultured people.
There's a very
But you see, this guy here with the glasses didn't say that people are more moral. He said they're more knowledgeable. They're more informed. That doesn't mean that you're more moral. Morality has nothing whatsoever to do with knowledge. You can be an extremely knowledgeable person and be extremely amoral. The point, though, is nowadays we are not just amoral, we also have no knowledge. At least before, we had some knowledge on our side. We had people who were more knowledgeable and more read and more, you know, centered. So even if they were going to make a moral, let's say, sin or enact an atrocity, they were doing so under full cognizance, right? There were tons and tons of people who turned a blind eye. And and they were at least fully responsible for what they were a part of. Now, obviously, there were some people who were stuck. They were just scared, and they were doing it, like the Polish people, for example, where there was a group of them who were just stuck and they were scared, and it was just very sad for them. But generally speaking, just because, like with the case with the Yahtzees, just because you know a lot and you're well educated does not make you more moral. This kind of idea that education is linked to morality is extremely dangerous. And it actually, this conversation came up when I was in China, because a Chinese young woman that I know, she was sharing with me a story about a little girl who had left her stroller and had been hit by a car and was in the gutter of the street dying. And multiple people walked past who were looked very rich. And the camera recording for this was released to the general public, or was hacked and the general public got their hands on this. It was leaked. But basically the general public watched in horror as these well-dressed, educated, affluent people walked past a dying baby girl. And this is due to their culture with the Samaritan. They have a huge issue with the suing the Samaritan. But a street cleaner stopped and tried to help the little baby girl. And this brought into a whole conversation of, is education actually making our people more moral? Why did this woman who was uneducated and illiterate have a stronger sense of what to do and have a better sense of what to do in response to this little girl being injured, as opposed to these other rich people? And clearly it turned out, like, my friend was like, is this why things happen the way they do in the West? And I was like, yeah, just because you're educated doesn't mean that you are somehow, unlocking the mysteries of morality. In fact, there's a high chance that you will, have better tools to rationalize a moral behavior. And so there is this kind of lie that if we have knowledge, we have morality. And literature giving us more knowledge about morality will make us more moral. I don't think that is putting too much onto literature. Literature should never be put in that position. Literature should never be about learning about morality. It can be like a helpful side product that can come from reading certain thoughtful pieces of literature, but literature at its core should not be about telling you how to live your life. That's theology. That's philosophy. That's other stuff, right? Unless she knew CPR or something like that to help the kid. Yeah, well, and here's the thing, is like there was a whole rhetoric that was going on within Chinese society at that point, which was saying, if you're more educated, you are a better person. And so a lot of Chinese people were looking at the West, and they were looking at how certain, let's say, university elements were behaving in public, and leading up to the first Trump administration. And there was a lot of strange behavior happening on the university campuses. And she asked me, she was like, what's wrong with these people? Why are they behaving this way? I said, they're upset. She was like, well, they're smart. They're educated. They should know better. And I said, no, just because you're educated doesn't mean that you're going to act correctly. Right? Like just because you have some facts in your head doesn't mean that you're going to know what's going to happen. All the people thinking they're in the right side of history and whatnot. Yeah. You can go and get educated, and that does not make you a better person. And putting that kind of moral imperative on English literature is what is killing English literature. There should be no moral concerns, right? I shouldn't be sitting there going, was imagine, okay, guys, let's put on our imagination caps, all right? Let's pretend this society was run by Christian nationalists, Lord forbid. And you went to university, and the only questions you could ask was the author a Christian? Did he live by the 5 points of Calvinism, or was he an Armenian, or was he a Catholic? Did he pray to the Holy Mary, Holy? I don't even know how to refer to her in a Catholic sense, but did he pray, etc., to Mary enough? Did he go to confession every week? Did he tithe as he ought? Like, if we were literally doing that, people, well, let's just say people today would recoil at the thought of applying such values across society like that within an institution. And that is what we are doing today in literature, right? We're asking ourselves, well, were they feminist enough? Were they egalitarian enough? Right? Were they, pro this or that enough? Right? And this is just, I think it is putting too much into English literature. It's putting too much into English literature that should not be there. It's fine to read Hamlet and come away with some thoughts about life and psychology, but the point of reading Hamlet is not to read about life and psychology. The point about Hamlet is to look at how Hamlet was constructed in order to get a specific idea across. So it's become way too moralistic for one reason or for another. There will never be feminist enough? Well, no.
Interesting book by a woman called Lynn Hunt called The Invention of Human Rights. And part of her case is that our modern notions of human rights to some degree derive from the advent of the novel in the 18th century.
Mm-hmm.
That before the novel, people had not been in the habit of assuming other consciousnesses, putting themselves in other people's shoes. And one of the crucial things the novel did for politics was to get people in the mental habit of seeing the world from other perspectives, and therefore beginning to understand that there were kind of multiple competing moral perspectives.
Mm-hmm.
Other people had dignity and rights, and those things weren't just things that sort of pertain to your like social class. I never quite know how much I buy that argument, and there's always a chicken and egg thing with, does reading make you a better person?
I also agree with his skepticism on this one. You see, as laudatory as that might sound to some people, perhaps even in this chat, I think that sounds to me like somebody is trying to justify morally their field of study. Does that make sense? They're trying to say, look, back in the day, they used novels to raise awareness about other people's experiences. So that means that, studying literature is moral and meaningful. We should never have to say those kinds of things, right? It would be like saying, did you know that math led to the, I don't know, what positive thing has math actually done? Math has led to accountants who oversee charities. So therefore, math is a moral, meaningful subject, right? What are we doing? We should never have to sit here and justify a field of study or a form of literature like a novel as being some sort of culturally revolutionary thing. Like, we don't need to sit around and think about that. I learned that two wheat is better than one inch. It's the entirety of civilization. Sure. But like, if you think about it, like in terms of moral, in terms of like morally or philosophically justifying it. It's just very, I think we shouldn't have to sit around and say, oh, algebra is important because it made a moral impact on history. We shouldn't have to sit around and say short stories are important to learn because it was a mode for self-expression, from the late 1800s onward. Like, that's inane. We shouldn't be asking what moral good or what social moral goods like math has done for society. We can just say that it's necessary to learn and just leave it at that. We don't need to over explain. Like, this is really dumb. Like, if someone came out and was like, yeah, there's a moral reason why we study math, I think we'd all wonder a little bit. At least I think I would wonder. There are so many obvious practical reasons why math is important. We don't need to be told that it is particularly revolutionary. And there's so many reasons why studying English literature or just reading, why just pure reading is important, that I don't think we need to have some person coming out of the woodwork and saying, oh, well, this particular form of literature, the novel, is linked to this and that. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. That's actually more of a question, I believe, for anthropologists. That's actually more of a question for historians and anthropologists than literature. Literature students shouldn't be asking themselves too much about why the novel was created. Although, once again, if you're into interdisciplinary studies and you want to find out why the novel was, that avenue for inquiry should be open to you, and you should take the requisite courses if you want to find out. But I personally wouldn't trust it, a biased professor who's interested in literature to tell me why literature, a specific form of literature, is there. It's fine to have like a basic, like, oh, this developed in the 1800s. But if a literary professor comes onto the stage and is like, it was developed in the 1800s in order to, spread liberal beliefs about humans or whatever, I'm like, okay. I wonder what, I wonder like what kind of bias you're going for there. It's clear to me. It's kind of like, I don't know if anyone here has ever taken a course in Gothic literature, but the amount of hoops people will take to discuss Mary Wollstonecraft and her mother. So, anyway, so like the whole Wollstonecraft situation, is she feminist? Is she not feminist? She's a proto-feminist. She's not feminist enough, but she is feminist enough that we want to mention her, but she's not feminist enough. And here are the reasons why she's not feminist enough. And so it's this kind of desire to baptize something, whether it's a type of genre or a literary form or an author or a piece of work. They rush to justify why it should exist or why we should study it. And I personally dislike that because it is motivated by personal morals and very personal political standpoints. At this point in The Descent of Man, we might very well need to give bullet points for why academic discipline of choice is important. It is true, Wooly, that it is useful to ask ourselves, why should we know how to read, right? I do agree with you, Wooly. I'm not suggesting it's wrong to ask, why is it important to do something? I'm suggesting that this rush to morally justify a field of research is I think, wrong-headed. And it evaluates the field of study or the form or the author or the piece of work by the current trend of morality. So the current trend of morality, for example, is justifying, let's say, reading Judith Butler because they all agree with Judith Butler, and they're low-key agreeing with Wollstonecraft, but not quite. So Wollstonecraft's kind of like has this come and go kind of sense about her that you get from your professor who is telling you she's a feminist, but she's not a good enough feminist, so she's really a proto-feminist, and here's why. This is what I'm saying is like, we shouldn't have to justify whether we're reading Wollstonecraft or not. We should just read her and determine from her whatever it is that we're trying to determine in a literary aspect. At no point in time should we be rushing around defending Shakespeare or defending Wollstonecraft as being feminist or as being XYZ enough. Like, it just, maybe we should be studying something because it exists and it needs to be studied for knowledge's sake and for interest's sake and because of curiosity. I agree with this guy here. I think putting this moral weight on something to the point where you're trying to justify the novel because it's some sort of like liberal mandate is a little bit weird. It's a bit much, I think. But that's why, for example, Anita Sarkeesian said that they go into video games looking for anything wrong because they're looking to see whether they can justify some creative product by their own personal moral code. Is that how we want to do it? Oh, well, I agree with this game, so I like it. And I think other people should like it. Or we should let people play this game, but we can't let people play Hogwarts Legacy because Hogwarts Legacy has JKR in it. And JKR is bad. So, yeah. So I just think like there's a whole pitfall, I think, that happens when you start linking the validity of something because it is supporting something that you personally believe. I think that's a slippery slope into censorship, frankly. And in some cases, self-censorship, right? Where people are like, oh, I can't play Hogwarts Legacy because, J.K. Rowling said this thing on Twitter. Who cares? Just go and enjoy it, right? But you got these kinds of people who sit around looking for any kind of speck of something that they don't agree with. And FYI, I grew up in that kind of a family, right wing, like conservative family, where if there was if there was something there that we didn't agree with, we would talk it over. And depending on other factors, we would be allowed to watch it again, or we would not be allowed to watch it again. So it's not always helpful for an academic discussion. It's helpful for a personal discussion or for a discussion when it comes to raising children. That's a completely different type of discussion to be had. We're talking about academic inquiry should not be held back by some sort of weird moral concern, nor should it be thumbed up, like given the go because of some moral validation that some people have determined is now important, but may not be important next year. Like that's weird to me. Okay, let's keep going.
Is it often just the case that more emotionally aware and empathetic people are drawn to novels in the first place? You can do it either way. I guess the other thing is that people who try and talk about the role of changing media and politics, often accused of technological reductionism, of saying that everything in society can be reduced to changing communications technologies.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people who've discussed the arrival of the printing press, Elizabeth Eisenstein is
That's the famous,
preeminent
very
example.
famous example
She
of
wrote
this
an
argument.
amazing book. I think The Printing Press is an Agent of Change, which
Yes.
discussed the way that the invention of printing in the 15th century had transformed science, had transformed religion, had transformed philosophy, had transformed politics. And she was often accused of being a technological reductionist, saying that all you had to do in Europe to change Europe was to introduce this new technology which could print loads of books proliferated, and everything, the whole of Europe changes. She, I think, rejected that charge and said there were just so many factors. And I think when we kind of look at the chaos of modern politics, which is something that I often would blame on iPhones and social media and the internet, I think those are certainly factors. It's also important to say, I'm not saying that without iPhones, the financial crash would have had no impact on our politics, or the offshoring of American jobs would have had no impact on our politics, or the kind of current debates of immigration would not exist. These are all separate factors.
I think it's, in a way, it kind of lets lots and lots of people off the hook. If we say that sort of phones caused Trump, that means you don't really have to think about, the disastrous Iraq war that Bush initiated and was supported by many people in the Democratic Party. I mean, as you say, there are many factors and it's complicated. Should we just go quickly back to the university, because that's so much of this this essay is about the university. I reading it, I thought
That's also another good point being made here, is that people tend to reduce to a single thing, right? They tend to say, oh, this was caused by phones, or this was caused by education, or this was caused by etc., etc. But it was, I think there is a level of reductionism, and people cling on to what makes sense and they hold on to it, and usually things are way more complicated than it appears. There's usually more than one factor to a major issue, like, is English literature dying? I don't think it's just phones. I don't think it's just computers. I think there was a whole maelstrom of things that led to this field of study being diminished and hijacked, or hijacked and then diminished. And so this is not a simple thing of just going, oh, it's the phones. I think there's way more going on. As a practical example, monks translated and preserved texts from pagans for their own sake. We would be poorer if they only maintained Christian texts. You are correct, Willie. In some cases, I think they inserted some stuff, which I'm not a super fan of, but they did indeed preserve a lot of oral traditions. Like, it was thanks to monks that we even have any kind of a Beowulf at all. There were tons of monks who, throughout Europe, wrote down various oral traditions that we can read today. So I do think that if people are able to really broaden their horizon to a certain degree with reading, I do think that they will have a sense of there are more ideas out there, there are more beliefs out there, but that does not necessarily make a person more empathetic per se. It just makes them more knowledgeable. I think that's the problem here. People are conflating knowledge with empathy. And I think it's because, I'm going to start sounding sexist, sorry, that when women find out certain things, they will be usually moved by their emotions, and they will have certain empathetic or sympathetic responses. And this is just how I think females are built. And some men also experience this, FYI. But on the other hand, you have bros who are more into nonfiction, right? You got this definitive interest in nonfiction that erupts within male reading habits. And men generally aren't always going to have necessarily this sympathetic or empathetic or emotional response. Not necessarily. Some men who are more mature will, some men who are psychologically inclined a certain way may have a certain type of response. But generally, I would say that just by experiencing something does not always move a man to feeling an emotion or having more empathy. It's simply just more knowledge to them. And so this idea that somehow me like reading about, okay, so let's take like a hardcore example. Like, let's say there's a tsunami and tons of people died. Me reading a personal narrative from a survivor may not actually make me feel anything. Let's be real. But it's helpful knowledge to be like, oh yeah, this is the experience that some people had. Wow, terrible, right? It may not necessarily cause you to donate to a tsunami charity. It may not cause you to go over there and volunteer to support the survivors of the tsunami. You may actually have no personal impact, and it may not cause you to do anything. You may simply hear it and move on. And I think there's this weird notion that simply because I know, I will become more moral, or I will become more sympathetic or understanding. And I think that's very problematic, because once again, you're assuming that everyone is going to have the same interaction with a narrative. Now, everybody knows that I do have a strong opinion about the numinous. And the reason for this is that I personally believe that humans are built with a desire and a framework of truth. And when a story resonates with that truth, or resonates with a specific spiritual archetype, I believe if a person is awake and spiritually alive, they will sense this universal truth. They will sense a spiritual experience. But that is something that is not going to directly correlate that's not going to directly correlate to making a moral decision, okay? But it is an experience that people can all share. I got kicked from a Discord server for saying, let's not pretend to care about disasters that happen continents away from us. I understand why, but it's still funny. Wait a minute. You actually got kicked from a Discord for saying that, Wooly? Okay. Is that why people become performative now? Because they constantly told that they have to feel a certain way, and when they don't feel anything, they feel they're morally inferior, right? Yeah, Leo. I think there are humans, largely female, some male, who are extremely sensitive to social requirements. So they'll send things that they may not actually feel because they're scared. And some of them will send it because they'll send thoughts and prayers because they genuinely care, right? It's not a performance. They genuinely, you got the bleeding hearts type, of course. But yeah, I think that there is a performance that happens because people are scared of looking less morally pure. Yeah. I find it to be it was during the coof. I was getting tired of the whole thing. I mean, I'm I'm not gonna lie, Wooly. I clearly just said on stream what you got banned for. I would not ban you from the Discord for saying that. Um, I think we all need to be real here, okay? I think we all need to be real here. Some of us here, when they hear about a disaster, their hearts are going to wrench. They're going to feel something, and that is fine. But some of us, when we hear about a disaster, we're just hearing about a disaster, and that's just the way it is. It's not going to make us be more moral. It's not going to make us necessarily choose a better ethical position or do something good. We will just simply learn a fact. And so, like, I do think that the people who care and who are moved to acts of goodness, I'm very thankful to them. But I do think that not everybody who hears about something is necessarily just going to automatically become moral or empathetic because they read a book about refugees. Now suddenly they care about refugees. You're either going to care or you don't care. And it kind of links back to, do you guys remember, I don't know if some of you have watched Asmongold, but Asmongold pointed out that people tend to seek confirmation. And so they will look for what they believe in to a degree within their entertainment. So people who are reading novels are not necessarily always going to choose a novel that's going to challenge them. So they're not going to, let's say for some reason that they are anti-refugee. They're not going to read a pro-refugee novel, right? Like, that's just not, like, people usually are not going to try to challenge themselves and feel uncomfortable, especially when it's a luxury item that they have to spend spare money with. They simply are not going to do that, right? And in fact, it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you are on. Most people are going to seek out a safe space during their free time because it's their fucking free time. They don't want to feel bad. They don't want to have to think too hard. They don't want to have to question life. They don't want to have to be confronted with stupidity. They don't want to have to deal with bullshit. So what are they going to do? They're going to hunker down and they're going to read what they want to read that agrees with them. And they're going to play a video game that agrees with them. And they're going to listen to music that agrees with them. And they're generally going to try to censor stuff that they don't want to hear when they're feeling tapped out. Not everybody is like, rah, 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 I want to be challenged all the time. So the reality is like, I don't think a lot of people are going to read anything and necessarily be moved to be more empathetic. The occasional, like I said, the occasional bleeding heart might read a book about a woman being trapped in the Middle East and being unable to leave because of her fundamentalist family, and people will be like, oh wow, that's so sad, wow, oh my gosh, I would never want to do that, right? Like, I would never want to do that to somebody. But beyond some emotion that they're feeling in the moment reading that book, is anything else going to actually happen from that reading that book? Probably not. But I'm numb inside. I mean, yeah, I mean, like, do you have to feel something in order to pray for the alleviation of suffering? Do you actually have to feel anything in order to wish someone well, to bless somebody? My argument is that sometimes in our life we may not feel an emotion, but it's important that we nevertheless act. I'm reminded of Robert Nozick's experience machine, something like the difference between experiencing an experience versus truly having the experience. They read a book about a refugee's perspective. Suddenly they can relate to the refugee and sort of take ownership of the refugee's pain as if it were something they experienced, like a soft, wimpy version of stolen valor. Yeah, I think there are some people who will respond sensitively to something epic and will act on it in a moral or ethical way, and more power to them, like as long as they're, behaving morally and ethically. But there is this idea that I have experienced this because I read this book and I'm morally better for it. I think if that's the take you're going for, I think you've lost the plot. You know what I mean? You haven't experienced shit. You just read about poor people. You just read about black slavery. You just read about white slavery. You just read about women and young boys being raped in some far-flung country on a regular basis. You just read about that. That doesn't mean you experienced it. It certainly doesn't mean that you're now moral. It certainly doesn't mean that you're going to make an ethical choice. It certainly doesn't mean that you're going to make a good choice tomorrow, right? So putting this weight on reading as some sort of moralizing agent, I think is a bit of a problem. If there's going to be any reading that's going to change a person's life, it's usually a religious text. Obviously, I believe the Bible is the ultimate text of all time. Please read your Bibles. But that's a personal faith that I happen to believe in. That's the only reading that I think will radically change your life. Any other kind of reading is a negotiation with you. And that is why I agree with postmodern. I do agree with postmodernity that we as readers can negotiate and determine what we are going to take from a text and what we are not going to take from a text. We can turn a blind eye to these couple things we don't like in the story and just focus on the things that we do like and extract from what we want. And so there is a negotiation between the author and the reader to a degree. Does that negate, in my mind, what the author is attempting to say and do? No. But what I do think is, on a practical day-by-day basis, how readers engage with any kind of cultural material is extremely agential at the end of the day. And people are going to take from it what they want to take from it. And they will throw out mentally what they don't like about it. And therefore, it is not so simple to say whether something has a moral imperative or not, because it really is going to be from reader to reader whether that moral imperative is there. Well, I could say we have and are witnessing something like this play out in real life. A bunch of white liberals that read about minority suffering now fight as if they're involved. That's true. How can you not see their suffering? Didn't you read the book To Be a Slave? You're so uncultured, you can't even bother to learn their perspective. Is this killing them? Yeah, I think there's this mistake that because I read this thing, I'm somehow now a better person. I just think putting that weight on a book is a mistake. I do not believe inherently that if you are, I need to be very careful how I'm saying this. If you are reading something for entertainment and you take away something that's going to make you a better person morally, great, right? If you are reading in order to morally improve yourself and you read something that makes you a better person morally, great. We could all do with more people behaving properly in society, right? That's fantastic. But if you are going into being an English literature student, like an actual analyst and academic, we should not be concerned about the moral imperative of the text. In the same way that in many ways, like Woolley was talking about with the monks did Christianize some texts, but the monks were interested in culturally preserving certain literary traditions. And even if we might quibble on how well they preserved the original intention versus what they may have inserted, setting all of that aside, that act is not intended. It comes from a place of, we're just going to put this down. Now, I do think the monks had a moral imperative, like I said, which clouded the ultimate outcome. But generally speaking, I would argue that literature should similarly be more focused on literature and less on morally justifying literature, or morally justifying a form of literature, or morally justifying an author, or morally justifying a book. X is suffering, therefore you should change your entire moral and ethical framework along the lines I described. There would be less body cams if that happened. Body cam. Please, body cams. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. Man, this might be our only video tonight, everybody. I'm sorry.
I think I've never really believed that English literature is a degree subject. I know that makes me sound like a terrible... I don't mean that for snobbish reasons. I've just always thought of literature less as a kind of quest for meaning and more as a way of entertaining myself. And so purely selfishly, I've always thought that English... I mean, it's quite odd to study entertainment. To me, you want to be entertained. I don't think, Dickens sort of sat there. I think possibly he wanted to instruct people, but he also wanted to entertain them. And so I see this at least this part of your argument, which is about the end of English literature at universities, as that might actually be good for English literature. It may weed out the people who are only interested in a kind of credentialism that the modern university provides, and it may return people to just a pure enjoyment of literary art.
Yeah, I have to say, I think that's a very good point. It's a question that's dogged English as a subject since its invention. Stefan Collini has this lovely phrase: the English degree is the curious marriage of beauty and the footnote. Like, why do we need footnotes to, appreciate a poem? Why do you have to go and people? Thousands upon thousands of people read Dickens entirely for fun. A lot of them were not educated at all.
They were illiterate.
Why do we need to study that at university? And it's a question English has never quite got over. And I think it's this slight anxiety about what exactly English is for that has made it a subject onto which an awful lot of stuff has been projected. In the middle of the 20th century, people were making moral claims for English that now sound amazingly extravagant.
Yes.
I mentioned Lionel Trilling, who kind of had this idea that English might be the sort of doctrine of kind of part of the doctrine of liberalism. F.R. Leavis really majored on the idea that English was morally improving. The great tradition, could be a kind of morally worthwhile thing to study. George Eliot and people like Conrad and people like that. And I think you're right to say this has been a bad thing for literature, because if you want to go, if it's attached, got all this other stuff attached to it. And I think the ultimate development of that for literature has been that it has to be justified in other terms. And so suddenly people think, oh, well, I'm studying literature not because it's valuable in itself, but because it makes me a good person. And I think that is probably, if you were to trace it back, the beginning of another problem for the subject, which I mentioned in the piece, which is that it's sort of become a branch of the social sciences.
Mm-hmm.
And
there it is. Guys, I came to this conclusion years ago. Oh my gosh. I am so, oh my Lord, this is so, what's the word? Validating. This is so validating for me right now. I am extremely validated. Okay, so here's the issue. And I wonder if they're going to talk about it. So first off, the guy on the left is like, why are we studying entertainment? I'm vindicated. Yes, I'm vindicated. Okay. Here it is. The guy on the left asks a good question. Why are we even looking at something that was initially entertainment? Now, I will say that not all literature looks at entertainment only stuff. Literature can look at stuff that wasn't intended to be entertainment. So that's that. Oh, but it is a good question, because I could still say, let's be super charitable and say 50% of literature is therefore focused on entertainment pieces, right? So why are we even looking at entertainment? And of course, then we have to talk about the overlap between entertainment and art, okay? But then we have to ask, why are we studying art? And this guy with the glasses Oh my gosh, he is absolutely correct. You had conservatives coming out of the woodwork trying to save literature. No, no, no. It's, if we study these traditions, we'll be better people in a better society. And then you had progressives, liberal people coming out of the woodwork saying, no, 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 no. If you study this, you're going to be a better person. Right. And he links this now and saying now literature feels like it's part of social studies. So it's part of anthropology and history. What have I been saying this whole time since I started this channel? Well, not quite since I started this channel, but since we started talking about literature. This is 100% correct. They've been trying to essentially use literature as some sort of anthropology for stupid people. And this is where I got extremely annoyed. I got extremely, extremely annoyed. And this is where I have to say, like, I'm hoping that they tackle this. I'm hoping that they will say this. But in my opinion, okay, English literature as a subject should be niche. The departments should be very, very small. And there should not be a ton of money going into it. But they should still exist. And it should be highly theoretical. Like, we're talking like theoretical physicists. Theoretical. Where you have people who are, like I said, looking at the theoretics, at the concepts, at how things are being written, to what effect, and how would this have been, let's say, impacted by cultural stuff at the time. But when I say that, when I talk about cultural contextualization, it is doing so without the baggage. So there will always be this eternal peer-to-peer critique of whether a person has divested themselves adequately of their personal biases when approaching a particular piece of written work. So that it becomes much more theoretical, it becomes much more conceptual, and it is eminently impractical. And I'm talking at university level. Obviously, I think that everybody should have like a baseline reading curricula by which they can improve their vocabulary, their communication, etc., etc. I'm not suggesting we throw literature out as a whole field of study and kids no longer read books and people no longer read books. I disagree with this bro on the left to a degree. People can read stuff a lot and take away the worst kind of stuff. Like people can read stuff at such a face value, like as such they only look at the most superficial, that they don't even understand what's going on. We certainly saw that with certain video games, right? Where people would watch or play a video game and not even really understand what that video game was saying. And people need to be taught how to see what they're seeing so they understand why they're feeling what they are feeling. And that is where a baseline literary education should be engaging people, let's say first year of college, let's say high school, middle and elementary school. So certain things should be covering all of this necessary knowledge that everybody should have. But if we're talking about university, okay, we're talking about university level, it should be extremely, extremely theoretical. It has nothing whatsoever to do with finding out the morality of a culture. That's a matter for philosophers and sociologists and psychologists and anthropologists. It shouldn't be about creating cultural context for something, because that's more of a historical angle. English literature should maybe even require its students to have interdisciplinary studies, let's say in history and let's say anthropology and let's say philosophy or psychology, before they can even really study literature, or theology, study theology before going into literature. So you can do comparative mythology. It needs to be much more divorced from this moral or cultural imperative. It needs to be divorced from any personal imperatives. And I think it needs to be much more theoretical. I do not think English literature should have to prove that it is practical. I don't think everything in life has to be practical. And I don't think everything in life has to be a matter for making money. But you would go into it knowing I'm doing this as a side study because I'm interested in it, but I won't necessarily have a job from this. This is not intended to be a job-making form of avenue of inquiry. So I personally think universities as a whole shouldn't be focused on getting people. He mentioned the whole credentialization of society. I think this whole concept of credentials to begin with is sussy. It's basically creating a daycare system for young adults so they don't have to deal with life as sooner. I personally think that's a mistake. University should be insanely difficult to get into. I perhaps in my paradigm would not even be able to get in. And it should be eminently for people who either can test in and get scholarships for, or who are moneyed enough and intelligent enough to still pass the tests to get into. It would be extremely set apart, but everybody would still have the baseline stuff that I was talking about before. And there would not be this concern about, is this practical? Is this going to get a job? Is this moral? Is this validated by some sort of moralism or commercialism? I just don't think everything can be validated morally or commercially. And trying to validate literature morally or commercially leads to problems. I think if you want to speak and read well as a person for commercial or professional reasons, then you should be able to take like a lower level college course, like a community college course, and learn how to write well, get your grammar in order, learn how to establish your rhetoric, learn how to organize a good paragraph and a solid essay, learn how to communicate, forcibly introduced to, let's say, 15 solid novels or plays that you have to read to improve your vocabulary, and then you're done. Enjoy the rest of your life, hopefully. I think this is trying to defend literature morally or commercially is a mistake. I just think it's a mistake. I wonder if they'll see it as well. Like, it's a false binary. I don't think we have to go either route. I think we could just say it is what it is and make it extremely difficult to get into and essentially kick out people who are taking it just to get a degree. Like, literally get them the fuck out of here. There are so many people in that classroom. I say people because, like, you know, I don't want to be super negative about women, but I'm just going to say it. There was no male in the classroom except for one class that I took. Almost all of them were women. So there was a chunk of women there that had no business being there. I think they should never have been there. They should never have been at university, period. But they were sent there because their family needed them to do something, and because our society requires you to have a piece of paper before you can go out and be a secretary, which is insanity.
a lot of what you'll study on some English courses nowadays is to do with how the canon was politically constructed and what various nefarious political stuff were people up to when they said that you had to study John Milton, not somebody else. And I think this sort of kind of feeling that literature has to be a moral thing has been quite corrupting for it and has kind of moved, as you said, moved people away from the point. We should be, it is ultimately a form of entertainment.
It's pleasurable.
Yes, and we've lost that. And of course, the other kind of woeful consequence is that people who've done English literature degrees then go on to write novels or writing novels, thinking, might this novel be studied someday? And therefore, you end up with a lot of, I think, slightly dry, slightly academized fiction, which has probably been bad for fiction as an art form. I think there are people who kind of write novels nowadays thinking that they're going to attack certain issues so they can be studied in university seminar rooms. And I think actually sometimes too much education can be bad for a novelist, and people shouldn't be writing literature thinking, how can this...
Oh, this guy's kind of starting to look really attractive. Oh. My sapiosexual tendencies have been alerted. Oh my lord. Oh my good giddy aunt. He's absolutely right. Chieko has found her lit crush. Yeah, oh my gosh, I'm blushing now. Oh my good giddy aunt. But he's right. Okay, so do you guys remember how some of you came to me and were like, hey, do you have any books about writing that you've read? Or have you read any authors' opinions on writing? And I basically was like, no, I just started writing. There's so many people who look to literature and are like, I want to write like that. And there is something to be said about modeling. Okay, so modeling is when you take paragraphs or structures of literature, let's say a paragraph or an approach to writing, and you copy it. Okay, that's one thing that is very helpful for a young writer because it establishes modes of pacing, it establishes sentence structure, sentence flow, it encourages the use of imagery that one might not otherwise consider using. And so sentence modeling and paragraph modeling is incredibly useful as a technique to study the art of writing. However, there are so many people, though, who aren't able to analyze that, right? So they are analyzing instead the big topics of the books. And so they're like, oh, this book is about showing empathy to a minority. So my book is going to be about empathy to a minority. And because my book is also about empathy towards a minority, it is a meaningful book and it will be studied. And this is, and do you know what happens? Let's all be real. It's not fun to read. It's pretentious. He's actually pulling his punches here. It's pretentious. It's boring. It's moralizing. It's preachy. And how many times has this happened in film and in TV shows and in video games? Okay, so these people are not just keeping to the literary world. Okay, they're not just hanging out in a publishing zone and just hoping to somehow get by with their writing like other poor writers did, like Edgar Allan Poe and Lovecraft. Okay, they're not like, no, you know what they're doing? They are going and they're bringing and they're dragging their shit and their moral imperative and their political imperative. They're dragging that bullshit into the video games. They're dragging it into the TV world. They're dragging it into films. And they're making it worse. They're making everything worse with their moralizing. Now, once again, like, people were like, oh, so you're fairly conservative, Chieko. Why didn't you go to a conservative university? Because I didn't want to see the conservative angle on everything either. I just wanted to be able to look at literature outside of any kind of a moral imperative. I was like, I don't know, I was belaboring under the delusion clearly that we could approach literature as anything but a moral lesson. But apparently it doesn't matter which side of the aisle you are on. It doesn't matter if you're right wing or left wing. both academics have made the mistake of trying to justify the study of literature with some sort of moral or political imperative, and it's a mistake. And now they're dragging their shit out into the world. Now, I will say, for the conservative side of things, they lost the war to a degree, right? So we're not seeing as much of the conservative viewpoints on shit in the general Hollywood, right? Hollywood is definitely more left-leaning. So that's why we're getting just a whole bunch of left-leaning bullshit. But trust me, if you roll into any Christian bookstore and you try to read some of the Christian stuff, some of it is cringe. Let's all be real. Some of it is cringe. There's some of it that's okay, but there's a chunk of it that's cringe. So it's not just a left-wing problem. This is also a conservative or even a Christian problem where people let their personal beliefs overwhelm the quality of work to such a degree that the work is unreadable. It's unreadable. Like, it's not enjoyable, and nobody wants to read it. Nobody wants to buy it. Are you going to buy a video game that's going to tell you that you're bad because you're a white man? Or you're bad because you're not black enough? Or because you didn't vote the right way? Or because you didn't support certain hot topics? So I've heard some horror stories about American evangelical movies and rock music. Yeah, some rock music's good, Willie. Some of it's bad. Because there's no more conservative universities anymore. Well, I mean, yeah, that's also, to misquote King Solomon, the multiplication of books leads to no good. All those great American novel attempts are boring as hell. Yes, I agree, Leo. YouTube's short of Biden taking away the blackness from those who didn't vote for him. Yes. Yeah, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Okay, sir. Why? All right. They too will fall. Insert maniacal laughter here. There are, but they're really expensive. Yeah. Well, and here's the thing, right? Like, I personally think that if you're shoving overt moralizing into your stories, it's not going to be as fun. Now, I will say this. Every writer puts in their own beliefs, right? Your beliefs are going to end up in there. Your viewpoint is going to shine somewhere, generally speaking. It's going to shine somewhere. Now, there are some rare cases where a writer is completely divorced from what they wrote. But generally speaking, generally, something will shine through on a philosophical level. And it will be there. And it will represent. And people are currently so concerned about not being mistaken for being, amoral, that they are rushing around writing shitty books to virtue signal what they are. And they also tend to believe, accurately though, unfortunately, that many people won't get the point of some stuff, because you do have a large portion of people who just read stuff at face value and don't get what's going on. So they tend to over-egg the pudding in an attempt to ensure that everybody knows exactly what's going on. And they end up treating their readers like they're stupid. And it is true that many readers, I think, are uneducated, but that doesn't mean that you then have the imperative to over-explain and destroy your own novel with your shitty over-explanations.
To be studied. A huge problem in poetry. Poets, love the idea that maybe their work will make it onto like the contemporary fiction module at some university. Doesn't really result in good poetry.
So it sounds dreadful. Tangel, on that question of the sort of moralization of literature, first, as James said, almost as a kind of prophylactic against the Eastern Soviet barbarian, and then later, I suppose through the 80s and into the 90s and today, that moralization coming all the way back around, and then sort of sitting in the seminar room with Conrad's Heart of Darkness, for instance, and saying, good Lord, look at that language. That is extremely problematic. How do you read that?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the fundamental basis of teaching literature as a sort of civilizing, moralizing mission, whether that was right or wrong, has completely been subverted. Where instead of reading, say, Conrad's Heart of Darkness and trying to put yourself in in the mind of the other characters, you think about it only through a sort of contemporary perspective that makes sense to you. And this is the trouble that a lot of students have with English, and I found this myself when I taught it, that they simply can't enter into the world of the classics, which might be at least 50, usually more than 100 years before their own time, and the curriculum is based around the classics, and so it just doesn't make sense anymore, unfortunately. Whether it made sense to begin with is also another question, but
I think it isn't. I mean, isn't when you're teaching? I've been a teacher as well. I mean, the thing you want is to get them in the habit. This sounds terribly shameful for somebody who works at the New Statesman, but I don't think I read a 19th century English novel before the age of 18. I maybe at school, but I read Shakespeare, but I really, really, I had to be sort of press ganged into reading Jane Austen. I thought, why do I have to read Jane Austen? And then, eventually I did, and I thought, oh no, Emma is actually incredibly good.
Yeah,
So,
and you have to realize that yourself. And
yes,
I really do believe that. I don't think any of this can be experienced as a duty. Once something is primarily experienced as a duty, that's it. That's gone. I mean, there's no point lamenting it anymore at that point. You have to experience it for yourself, and that was my own experience. I wasn't really introduced to literature through teachers or school. It just somehow came to me, and that was great. That was a great blessing in my life. But I don't think it can be forced. It has to be experienced. For pleasure.
Okay. We've been talking about English literature.
I will say this, that do you remember how I was talking about like the levels that we study at? So this is my suggestion, okay? When we have I'm going to make this nice and big, okay? So we have what we call ECE, early childhood education. This is where we want to focus on phonics, and we want to create interesting stories, right? We want to get them into stories and just reading, period. So you got to have really fun stories at a very early age. Then we have the elementary school kids. So now we're teaching them the basics of literature and reading analysis. And we still want to make sure that the stories are relatively interesting. And we are now moving into middle and high school. This is where the rubber hits the road. Here is the complexities of literature and reading analysis. So here is where a student needs to understand that life isn't going to be fun, that sometimes you're going to have to do something you dislike and something that you're not good at. So this is where you have to learn discipline through education. And on top of that, you're going to have a variety of stories that may be interesting and may not be interesting to the individual. I will say that after this, we want to go to college level, and this is where we will return to the basics and basically review fundamentals. And we want to, at this point, expose the adult learner to an eclectic group of writing. And the idea here is that by this stage of education, the person will have, therefore, been exposed to a variety of writing so that they don't see the world of writing only from one aspect. And what is very important is that this eclectic approach be applied through all of the levels so that everybody is reading some fiction, some nonfiction, is reading different types of fiction, different types of nonfiction. And the idea would, of course, be that by the time that they hit college, they will have a list that they will have achieved, essentially, a basic list that at least sets them off on the right foot. But this list needn't be massive and could be broken down through a variety of methods into various years of study. And so that by the time you come out of your first year of college, and by college here, by the way, I mean community college. I'm not even talking about university at this point. So your basic college years, everybody is going to have a level of literary capability, minimum. Now, what will they do with it after? It's up to them. There are going to be some men and women who are going to remain childlike, will not develop taste, and will go through life in a haze of literary incompetency. But there are going to be some men and women who are going to wake up one day and realize that reading has value. And they will read nonfiction, so they'll get into books on theology, they will get into historical nonfiction books, they will read information books, maybe they'll read shitty self-help books. And then you'll have people who will wake up to the world of fiction and stretch out into that as well. I think for me, when a man tells me that he is reading fiction under his own, like out of his own free will, and by reading, I am specifying reading with the eyes, not with the ears, I instantly have a bit more interest in that person, because reading to me is proof that a male is individuating. It is not proof to me that a female is maturing, because tons of females read shit and they read a lot. So more females are more likely to read, but that doesn't necessarily tell me that they are individuating. They're not necessarily maturing as individuals. But if a guy is actually reading a book and is coming to grips with something on a certain level and is thinking about it, then I am more likely to believe that that person is maturing as a male. But that's just how I view things. I could be wrong. But generally speaking, I'm not saying that they're moral. I'm not saying that they're better people. I'm just saying is they are pushing themselves in ways that many men today are not pushing themselves. But I do think that this list of necessary reading needn't be massive, and it should be achievable within 22 years of living, right? It shouldn't be this massive 500 or 1,000 book list, right? We're talking about a specific number that's extremely doable and should be accompanied by guided analysis. So you're not just giving a book to a kid and saying, have at it. You're actually sitting with the child and helping them to understand what's going on. If you just give Hamlet to some teen and do nothing else with it, they're going to come out of it thinking it's boring AF and it has they won't understand why they're studying it at all. And of course, the go-to answer that many teachers do is, well, we're studying it so we're better people. We're studying it so we're better citizens. And we've already learned that this is really not that helpful for people who want to go into upper level analysis, but it can be a little bit helpful for people who are in the everyday world. So making it real for them and maybe lightening up on the moral messaging is the key here. So for example, if we take a look at, let's say, Hamlet, and we are trying to sell Hamlet to a high school student, I don't think the answer is necessarily to say, well, Hamlet teaches us that revenge is wrong. Instead, we could talk about, well, what does Hamlet teach us about a young man who is struggling with doing the right thing? Or what does it teach us about procrastination or uncertainty or hyper-rationalization, the dangers of hyper-rationalization, or the dangers of hyper-emotionalization, or the dangers of just not being mature in general, right? So this is where I think we can touch lightly on moral matters or ethical matters, but there should still be a way for the students to say things that we might not agree with. And this has become extremely difficult right now in society to say things that people disagree with. Because as soon as you say something that people disagree with, people start going crazy, right? It doesn't matter what side you're on. People start losing their shit, right? And I will say that these guys are talking about how people in class are not reading as well, and how this one guy on the far right, he's talking about his experiences as a teacher, and it reminds me of how many people read and watch Final Fantasy 14, and there's like 3 levels, right? There's the people who story skip because they can't even handle what that story is, right? It's just too big for them. It's too big. And then there's people who don't story skip, but they're just gleaning this entertainment value from it, which is fine. They're having fun, right? Whatever. But there is a 3rd level that you can enjoy it at. And if you developed your ability to analyze that with adequate education, the story then, when you replay it, would have double the meaning. So I think there is this unfortunate byproduct of a shitty education that has resulted in people not even recognizing quality when they see it. Rest well, Epic. Sleep well. Thanks for coming. What time is it? Oh, okay, it's 11. Okay, we got about an hour left. Oh boy. Well, let's keep playing.
And your very strongly argued essay that English literature is sort of dying. That's not great news. But I wanted to challenge you a little bit on it, in the sense that there are many times in the history of English literature where people say that it's dying. To take an example at random, I was reading this last night, and I immediately thought of you. This is from Malcolm Muggeridge. Malcolm Muggeridge, who I think did work for the New Statesman many decades ago, then converted to Catholicism and became a kind of TV vicar. But he has a wonderful memoir, which is extraordinarily well written, called The Green Stick. Chronicles of Wasted Time. So that gives you an insight into what he thought about his life. So just a little quote from Muggeridge. In the 20th century, the genius of man has gone into science and the resultant technology, leaving the field of mysticism and imaginative art and literature almost entirely to charlatans and sick or obsessed minds. He then goes on to quote Gore Vidal, who pointed out, it is difficult to think of a single contemporary American writer of any note who is not either an alcoholic or on the way to becoming one, which is a slightly different thing.
And that's a problem that's dogged literature for much longer.
And journalism. So what's new about now? You've brought up Postman. Postman was writing about television in the 80s and Reagan was the big bad guy. I suppose now we talk about, TikTok and Trump and he's the big bad guy. But what is it about this very moment that makes you think, okay, English literature actually is dying?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the kind of statistical evidence. It is true that people have always worried about it and complained about it. But as I always say, the idea that the existence of past moral panics automatically invalidates a present moral panic is a logical fallacy. Mm-hmm. Just because people have worried about something in the past doesn't mean that you should never worry about that topic again. Something else that people constantly put to me is and you were mentioning it in the break there, the moral panic around novel reading in the 18th century, which was described in very similar terms to the way that people worry about TikTok nowadays.
Mhm.
Young women were addicted to novels. They were missing out on life because of novels. They were entering dangerous fantasy worlds in novels that were disconnecting them from reality. And it kind of occurred to me, I was thinking about this last night, and I was thinking about this Lynn Hunt book, The Humanitarian Revolution. And there really is an argument that some of those moral panics around novels in the 18th century were kind of justified. If you believe that the novel was an agent of the advent of human rights and the destruction of the old aristocratic, hierarchical ancien regime in Europe, people have, it was quite commonly said at the time that Rousseau was a cause of the French Revolution. If you believe that, people were quite right that novels were destroying society. If they were spreading this idea of human rights, they were potentially a factor in the erosion of the ancien regime in Europe, which I think we'd now all view as a good thing. But
Speak for yourself, James.
some of us would view it as a good thing.
Tangel's happy with the regime.
Some of us would view it as a good thing. But, the media, which we absorb, really, really can change society. And I think it is. I think it is changing it now. And I think the thing that's different now is that we have evidence for it. Not only these surveys, but the statistics like that OECD report. That's kind of unprecedented in recent history. That literacy is declining. Like people's ability to engage and interpret complex text is declining. That's pretty much a first, I think, in the kind of modern history of Europe. And I think that says this is more than a moral panic.
So I suppose, Tangel, there's one thing that this makes me think, which is that
brings up a whole other thing. Holy moly. Okay. All right. Sort my thoughts there. So the question was, is there a panic about literature dying when there was a panic previously about literature dying or the quality of literature going downhill? And certainly I have mentioned this before. Do you remember when we first started talking about romantasy and women reading? And I pointed out that females reading has always been considered low art, right? We've talked about this before ad nauseum, how there was a lot of complaining from certain men who were in their minds writing something meaningful, perhaps boring, and they were complaining because they weren't making as much money as Radcliffe or other certain penny cent press type publications. And you had people who were perhaps better writers being ignored by the general public because they were not as easy to consume or certainly were not as entertaining. And this is, I think, has always created a sense of, literature is dying. I would say more that the art form of literature, that is to say, that which is textual, is never dying, but certainly the quality can take a hit for sure. And while we may look back at the penny press type Radcliffe, type Baroness Orczy type stuff, and we can say, wow, that stuff is written really well, in comparison to the tentpoles of literature, the big greats, if you will, they would not be considered comparable. But if we compare it historically instead of vertically, if we compare historically or horizontally, we could look back and say, oh, those are much better written than the stuff that is written today. So we can ask ourselves, why has literature taken such a hit in terms of quality? And this is a situation where the whole question about, once again, about how do we view the role of literature in society. And did you notice how they talked about how people look back and think this form of literature or literature in general transforms society? Okay. And do you notice how they touch on it, right? They touch on it and they say, oh, well, it's arguable that this changed society. It is because of this kind of rhetoric, Okay? It is because of this kind of rhetoric that has caused them to want to leverage media and entertainment as a source for moralizing to change society. So they are looking back and they're going, oh, all of this historical change happened while the novel was happening. So that means the novel made it happen. So that means that if we use the novel today, then we can make change happen how we want it today. And so you can see why they are suddenly very invested in coming into video games, for example, and telling men and women how to behave and act, because they fundamentally believe that the entertainment that people consumes will change the people. Now, is it true that repeated exposure to something can normalize a thing? Possible, very possible. But we also know that people will seek out that which they want to see. And what has been happening lately? Certain games have taken financial hits. Certain games have been dragged through the mud. Certain games have been going through almost like boycotting, right? And this is because a lot of people are saying, we don't want this. We didn't ask for this. We didn't ask for the Witcher TV series to be, just cannibalized. We didn't want Star Wars to be cannibalized. So people are voting with their wallet, and these would-be moralizers who hijacked entertainment to make a statement and to moralize, it's all of this has become, to a certain degree, a huge issue, because the people who believe that their entertainment, that they have a moral imperative to morally educate people through entertainment, these people, whether it's left-wingers or right-wingers, these people are now butting heads with people who just want to have fun and who are done with being told how to live. So whether or not you're a left-wing person or a right-wing person, I think it's safe to say that whoever's group would be in charge of entertainment and whoever is moralizing in their entertainment will find pushback, because at the end of the day, people don't want to be told how to live and they just want to have fun. And if the moralizing gets in the way of the entertainment value, if it starts affecting the narrative, if it starts affecting how certain things happened or how certain things are played, if you can't kill an NPC because the dev is worried that you will be a bad person if you kill NPCs, this is where consumer interests are going to directly butt against certain cultural, religious, or moral imperatives. And we all know at the end of the day, if we're within certain economic systems, what's going to win, generally speaking. So this is why right now we're at a war, because they're trying to get us to pay for shit that we may not agree with. And while I'm okay with some level of stuff happening in a game that I don't agree with, I could be like, yeah, okay, I don't agree with that. But overall, the narrative has value and it's well told and the characters are great and I had fun playing it. Then there's value there. There's entertainment value there. It's not that bad. But if it's so subsumed by some kind of a message to the point where there is no entertainment value at all to be had anywhere, then obviously there's a problem. And it's so interesting how this belief that because literature has changed people before, that we can change people now with their entertainment. Like this is why I'm saying we should never look to literature as the sole force behind societal change. This is not this was only one factor out of many factors that caused societal change. And a whole bunch of literature people have gotten it into their heads that because in the past literature has played a role in societal change, They now think it's their moral imperative to use English literature to force change. And do you know what happens when it doesn't work? What happens when it doesn't work? They start rioting. They get in vans and they start plowing police officers down. And weird shit starts happening on TikTok. And they start wishing death on children. And weird stuff happens because they realized that the power that they thought they have is only the power that people give it. Yeah. I've seen people now claiming that A Realm Reborn to Endwalker wasn't actually all that good. People retroactively shitting on FF14 due to Dawntrail and Muklamat. Now claiming A Realm Reborn to Endwalker wasn't actually all that good. I think it is fair to say that no story is perfect. And if you look at any story that is created on this planet by humans, you will find a problem with it. There is no such thing as a perfect story. But if you think that Final Fantasy XIV ARR to Endwalker is bad because of Dawntrail, I think you have lost the plot. Everybody here knows how emotional I get about Star Wars. But at no point in time would I say that Star Wars episodes 4 through 6 has lost value or has lost quality because of episodes 7, 8, and 9. Is it saddening sometimes because I know that it can't go beyond episode 6 because everything after episode 7 is basically shit? Yeah, it's saddening. But in the case of Dawntrail, number 1, the story isn't over. Number 2, Dawntrail isn't even that bad. Was it disappointing in some places? Yes. But did they do to any of the characters what they did to Luke Skywalker? No. I think people who are freaking out over Dawntrail need to I'm trying to think of something polite to say. I'm failing. So I'm just not going to end that sentence. You can fill it in with as negative a comment as you want. I think people who are freaking out over Dawntrail need to, they got a mental problem. What happened to The Witcher? What happened to Star Wars? What happened to Star Trek? What happened to, what else? There's some others. Marvel is not what happened to Dawntrail. People need to calm the fuck down and touch grass. Doctor Who. Yeah. What happened with Dawntrail was an error in my opinion, writing, not an error in philosophy or ideology. And the error in the writing is not even so comprehensive as to make the story incomprehensible. Like, if we are placing Dawntrail in comparison to your average MMO narrative, and even to the start of Guild Wars 2, Dawntrail is doing better. Is Dawntrail perfect? No. Does it have problems? Yes. Do I know what I would do to change those problems? Absolutely. But people freaking out over Dawntrail need to get a grip. They need to get a grip. It's not my favorite. I think they could have done a better job. I have ideas about how they could have changed it and what they could have done instead. I absolutely have opinions about it. But to retroactively claim that it somehow destroyed the beginning part of the game because, it's not as good, I think people need to calm their titties. But anyway, let's leave that behind us and keep moving on.
At some level, people are probably read and write more every day than they ever have. It's possible to go through the day, not actually see anybody, but communicate extensively with the written words to 100 or 200 people. I mean, you can have days where you're just on your phone, just da-da-da-da-da-da. Now, I'm not sure how that quite relates to literature, but I'm always a bit skeptical about, are we less literate or more literate? Is it not the case that we could argue that simply the means of communication, as you say, James, have changed, but it doesn't necessarily follow that people are, their literacy is different, basically?
Yeah, definitely their literacy is different. And I guess what James is talking about isn't simply the written word, but a particular tradition of the written word that involves quite long and complex texts that engage, a level of morally complex thinking. And I think it's fair to say that, if our sort of media landscape consists of short form videos, short text messages, that kind of thing, there is less moral complexity. There's also, just at a cognitive level, it's also less cognitively enriching, like mentally sort of poorer, mentally more impoverished. So there's, I guess there's two angles to this moral panic. There's a moral panic about morality itself, about people will become worse people. There's also a moral panic about intelligence and sort of intellectual decline. Now, I think intellectual decline, I don't really care that much about. It's hard to, I personally care, but it's hard to make sort of too many claims about that. But it's the moral decline that seems like the more hazardous risk. But I'm not sure how convinced I am by that. If we think of, a lot of the great moral teachers in, the history of human civilization, were not literate. Jesus didn't write a book. Socrates, was probably illiterate or possibly illiterate. Certainly didn't write a book, didn't like literacy.
Yeah.
Buddha was probably illiterate. Morality can exist outside of literacy, which I'm sure you appreciate.
Could I quickly come back on your point about the proliferation of text online?
Yeah, of course,
which was often made about 10, 15 years ago, the height of Twitter. A lot of people's experience of the internet was writing and reading Facebook statuses. There's an analogy that's been made, which I think is a useful one with the advent of print, which is that for the first 50 years after the invention of print, printing, the culture of print aped the culture of manuscripts. The Gutenberg's books and the books of other early printers were made to look like manuscripts. They were often still illustrated by manuscript illustrators. And the first decades of printing were kind of an imitation of manuscript culture. I think something similar has happened with the internet. I think for the first decades of wide internet usage, people have used the internet in a very print-based way.
Yeah.
People have used the internet to read long-form articles. People have used the internet to write. I think we're moving out of that phase, and I think we're moving towards what the internet will come to be, which is non-text based. And I think actually the real cultural revolution of the internet is happening now, and I think it's the advent of short-form video. And I think the internet's role as a text-based medium is declining rapidly.
Okay, so I also agree. We're moving from text-based to audio and to visual, obviously. So the question is, why did that happen? Why are people reading at like a grade 5 or grade 6 level? Is it because we just simply don't need to read at a higher level? That's possible. We can just live life with minimal friction and just get through books that are written with a minimal vocabulary and have no friction at all. And this is, to me, quite possible. This is quite possible that we are going in this direction where people are now telling us that they're reading a book when they listen to an audio. They tell it to us with a straight face. Now, I'm not saying that there is no value in a video, and I'm not saying there's no value in an audiobook either, but it is not the same value as reading with your eyes. And this they don't talk about this here, but it's not just about the short attention span and the inability to grapple with complex thoughts and the proliferation of like a very simplistic, one-off tagline blurb that so many people fall into in short form videos. It is also encouraging a short form reactivity. It's not just the fact that the people who are creating are oversimplifying things to such a degree that it almost becomes like propaganda. It's also that the reactions, therefore, are simplified and are simply gut reactive. And we just literally saw it in chat with this message that Wooly shared, where people gut instinct reacted to Dawntrail without really thinking about everything as a whole, and are now gut instinct reactive to the first part of the game, which is objectively very good. And so I think, well, at least it has extremely high points, and there's some other small issues here and there, but generally speaking, I think people are not just being encouraged to share reactively, but to respond reactively. And so it's just, I'm going to go with what I feel is right. I'm going to go with what I think is right. And instead of really stopping and typing it out and distancing oneself from one's rhetoric and saying, hey, what actually am I saying? What am I saying? People just like vomit onto the internet. And a lot of people are like, well, it's fine. I do it. Like, you're only fine if you're seeing what you want to see. You're not fine if you're not seeing what you want to see. Like if you're suddenly confronted with somebody else word vomiting their stuff online reactively. So I think to a degree, the whole problem with the short form audio-visual format and this over-reliance on listening and seeing is that people are not able to distance themselves appropriately from what they are dealing with. And there is not a formalization of one's response and a criticality. There's very little criticality or self-critiquing. And I do think it's damaging. And I do think it's now they are talking about it as if it's some sort of bubble. I personally think this came from education. But then we can ask the question, where did education go wrong? Well, gee, I wonder who's becoming the teachers, who are becoming the policymakers, who are writing the curriculum. Well, you can bet your bottom dollar that a humanities student is somewhere behind that. And not just any humanities student, a humanities student with a very specific political agenda and a very specific personal philosophy on education and on reading and on writing. And so this is an issue where I personally believe that we are being disempowered to push back and make intelligent rebuttals to ongoing policies, so that when somebody comes out and tells us some absolute bullshit, like, yes, we can respect this person who wants to call themselves tree self, and if we have a question, are like, no, I don't want to respect that person's desire to be considered a cat, right? Suddenly, we don't have the tools with which to adequately grapple with the fact that we don't want to call somebody a cat. Now, the good news is that there are glimpses that humans naturally are going to work towards rationalization to a degree, and they will try to use rationalization to argue their points. But the baseline study of literature that I outlined earlier would enable people to make those arguments better. A lot of curricula are set by English department educators for non-English course subjects. The order of content can be bonkers. Yeah, I can only believe, Miro. Welcome in, Miro. Yeah, I can only believe. It's crazy. I'm just suggesting that there's more going on here than just simply English literature shot itself in the foot. I think English literature shot itself in the foot and in the process caused education to take a hit, which further shot English literature in the foot. It's like that. I don't know if anyone here saw the SNL skit of the shooting SNL skit with Imogen Heaps. What you say? And everyone's like shooting each other. That's basically English literature with the educational system, with Hollywood, with the publishing industry. Yeah.
I kind of wonder how true it even is that younger people are necessarily texting constantly or will be texting constantly in 10 years. Things might be going more towards voice notes. We know that AI companies, I think, are very keen to stop us texting and writing answers and reading answers. And they kind of, the ultimate vision for AI is that it will be a kind of visual medium or an audio medium that will talk back to you. So I think the idea of the internet is kind of in some way text-based is somewhat premature. I think the textual nature of the internet came because it arrived in a very heavily print culture.
But then surely the scarcity of text produced by human beings in this very spooky scenario.
Okay, so this just occurred to me. So when we all first started using the internet in the early 2000s, maybe some of you started even earlier than that, but for me, it was in the early 2000s I started using the internet. It was indeed more textually heavy. And now it feels like there isn't a lot of text being made. Hasn't that led to this dead internet theory? That the internet isn't as full of information as it appears to? And could that therefore not be indicative to the fact that your average internet user is not writing and producing stuff in servers and on websites as much as they used to before? and there's just not that engagement, that textual engagement anymore. And the only real engagement that is proliferating is the YouTubes and the Twitches and the Rumbles and all of the other like TikToks and Snapchats. So video is definitely more prevalent than it was. I do feel so. Not a lot of text being made. You've obviously haven't seen my Twitter posts. Well, you are the bastion, Herman, of a golden age. I think way more text being made than before, but I think video and audio are well loud. Depends on what text, but that can be down to technology limitations as well. Yeah. I don't know if more text is being made. I don't know. 1990 to 2010 GameFAQ. Gaming autists would write novels guiding you through the games. Okay. But today, like if the video could be done earlier, would it have? Yeah, so today I would argue that a large portion of the internet is not engaged in writing texts. Shay, you're speaking specifically to writing websites. I'm talking about your average person, not the hobbyist writer. We're talking about average people putting stuff out on the internet. I just think that there might be a case made for the dead internet theory because not enough people are putting out a diverse amount of shit. The men are focused on the audiovisual content, and the women are the only ones holding up any form of textual writing, which is fictional. Now it's all videos with occasional long-form text on Steam for more complex games. Yeah. Game facts for the win. Yeah. I just don't I don't see the writing hosting websites as being a indicator of general populace writing more. There's tons more writing and written info out there than used to be, but people are seeking video. The only reason why it might have the appearance of having more is, number one, the globalization of the internet. So we aren't the only people proliferating in English. And number two, the proliferation of the internet in general. I still think relatively people aren't doing as much long form. And I don't consider all fan fiction and all writing on the web hosting sites to be long form either, because a large portion of those are drabbles and short form pieces of writing. I seem to recall blogs being a major internet fad before 2010. Social media killed that fad. I think short form and short form writing is way more popular. And you know how I know it's more popular anecdotally is as a ghostwriter, I definitely know that your average book is somewhere between 30 to 50K. Only certain types of genres now hold the 50 to 190, 200K. And even the paragraphs, how the paragraphs of your standard nonfiction book are created in such a way to allow for very easy reading because they want them to scroll quickly. I don't think a largely female hobbyist portion of the internet writing short stories, drabbles, and the occasional long fan fiction is an indicator that people still use text. I'm not 110% certain about that. But I will agree that people now are seeking video and audio over textual.
Oh yeah, the scarcity of that text will make it more valuable
Or irrelevant.
or irrelevant.
I mean, illuminated manuscripts continue to be made for up to a century after the invention of printing, and I guess still are in some places. They are very valuable. They're also totally culturally irrelevant.
Yes. So
Just to really depress everyone.
No, I think it was Don DeLillo who said somewhere that sort of the more marginal literature became, the better it would be for writers. It was better to be on the outside looking in.
It's very easy to say when you're Don DeLillo, and you're not really having to worry too much about making a living from it anymore.
I mean, I hate Don DeLillo, but he is correct there. It's kind of like gaming, right? Don DeLillo basically said what many of us thought, which is if gaming stops worrying about being AAA or quadruple A, lol, and just focuses on the indie stuff, there's a higher chance that people will be true to their vision. But then Mixtape came out, and it just shows you that people don't know what they're talking about. And and I say that because they don't understand the impact of what they're talking about. You see, in people's heads, they assumed indie was some sort of last bastion for common sense. Indie is not. Indie is simply a tool, a vehicle for people to do what they want. And that means it can be a tool for some people to relive 90s in a very particular kind of way. Or it could be a tool for some, No Man's Sky type. Well, they're more kind of double A now, but they used to be more indie back in the day. Like Valheim, right? You can come out with just a fun experience like Valheim. So I think a lot of people rested rested this kind of weird political and moral imperative on indie gaming, similar to how they rested weird moral and cultural imperatives on literature. And this is just simply not the case. It's a vehicle for something. And that means the indie scene is going to be quite lively, but it does not mean that everything that is being made by indie people or with an indie flavor are going to be what you like. Like, I don't get it. So Don DeLillo is correct insofar as the more we move away from artificial, bizarre institutions around an art form into more personal and more authentic expressions of interests, the more literature will flourish. And I do agree with that to a point. But the problem is that not everybody who's going to write will write for everybody. And everybody needs to understand that. So just because writing becomes democratized and everyone can start writing doesn't mean that suddenly everything that is being written will be something that you like. Just let's say tomorrow I waved a wishful wand or I rubbed a genie's lamp, and I wish that the publishing industry would open its doors to both male and female writers, and it would be extremely democratic, and people would just go by the merits of their writing. Do you think that we would somehow have just writing that we would all agree on 100%? Or that the writing that we agreed with on some moral or religious or philosophical, for some of those reasons, would somehow be magically better in quality? I just think that too many people believe that if this just becomes more simple and more authentic, then we will see quality, and then we will see what people want. And I just simply don't think that's true, because you're always going to see something that you don't want. It's going to happen in indies. It's going to happen elsewhere. You're just going to see something that you don't want to see, because humans aren't going to always make what you want them to make. There's just that, like, there's let's say there's 100,000 humans out there making something. There's bound to be half of them stuff that you don't care about or you don't like. That's just the way life is. So I do think like there's this weird notion that if we somehow free the arts from certain institutional restrictions or institutional concerns, suddenly people are just going to have better quality stuff and they're going to enjoy more. I think that's a little bit naive. But I do agree with Don DeLillo that perhaps the answer to this ongoing issue with literature is to simply have literature be challenged by what people want. And I think to a degree we are seeing it now, right? So literature was dying. Nobody cares about litfic. Litfic is like not where you want to go for money. Where do they go for money? Where is a self-respecting writer or not self-respecting writer, as the case may be, what are they going to do? Right? What are they going to do? They're going to make 2 names, maybe 3 nom de plumes. Under one nom de plume, maybe their real one, they're going to put their labor of love, their great American novel, their proselytizing novel, their propaganda novel. And then under a second name or a third name, they're just going to YOLO and write smut for women. Let's all be real, okay? That's where the money is. So this is how it's going to go, okay? You're going to have 2 or 3 names, pseudonyms that nobody knows about, and you're going to write smut for women, or you're going to write young adult literature, or you're going to write lit RPG. Because that's where the money is made in terms of text, in terms of reading a book. Or you're going to try to get into the manga/anime scene and write for that. Right? Because in reality, I personally think that most people realize that at the end of the day, your average person doesn't want to be preached at. They don't want to be told how to live their life. They just want to have fun. They don't want to have to deal with depressing life bullshit. So what are you going to do if you are somebody who wants to write something meaningful? You're going to have a secondary name and you're going to try to sell low art for entertainment value, because that's where the rubber hits the road. That's where it actually matters. If you want to have, bread on your table. This is a situation where Don DeLillo is correct insofar as literature in terms of reading will survive if literature bends to the culture and dumbs shit down and just gives people what they want. And in the case of women, they have successfully achieved that, I think, with women. But with men, not so much. Because the publishing industry is now kind of, well, more or less anti-male in North America specifically, parts of Europe, Western Europe. But, like, setting aside that whole question, they're even turning that around. They're now coming out with lit RPGs, which some guys are into. And so now some guys are like, oh, I'm going to come back. You're starting to get, with Game of Thrones, you're starting to get the return of the thick, meaty, dark, nitty-gritty, air quote, realistic fantasy novel that some men mistake for meaningful quality. And you're having some guys returning to reading because of a TV show that had lots of boobs in it. Yeah. But I still hold with Harmon that most guys would read more likely would be reading if the books were smaller and shorter, more bite-sized. I do think guys have been shafted by this super thick, sort of entitled, very patronizing and performative reading culture right now, where it's like, I have big, thick book. I so smart. And it's like, no, you're not, babe. Sit down. So, can you imagine the hoopla if a proper Zimzer is outed as writing chud-coded lit RPG for the big bucks? I mean, right? See, this is what I'm saying is like, if entertainment is where it really matters in terms of money, and you want to fund a lifestyle of telling people what to do with your great American novel, you're going to have to bend the knee somewhere on the sideline. I think more guys would read if there were more young adult books for men too, because I think they'd enjoy the simpler, for fun reading. Absolutely, Shay. 110% agree. 110% agree. I think right now there's just a dearth of writing for male interest because we've unfortunately allowed a culture of misandry to erupt in certain circles. But if culture rights itself, maybe we could have more young adult level stuff for guys by and for men that would get men interested in reading again. But once again, that doesn't mean that it would be high quality. It certainly wouldn't mean that people would be more literate necessarily. But it would be getting guys reading again. I think that still is valuable. I still think that's valuable as a gateway drug into trying out tougher, more difficult narratives and reading.
I suppose so, but I think there was some value in the observation in the sense that, was it good for, was Lionel Trilling right? Not really. Was it good that, American literature sort of created these monstrous figures like Updike? Were they particularly worthy of veneration?
It's true, and it's arguably historically quite weird for literature to have been a mass cultural medium.
Yes.
And the advent, the kind of explosion of reading at the end of the 18th century produced a lot of anxiety about this stuff from writers. The sort of business model of writing before then had been like, you wrote a few poems for your patron, he said very nice poems. And in the 17th century, you might have been embarrassed for those poems to be printed. You wouldn't have wanted to have a mass market appeal.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess historically, especially that late 20th century moment when like actual, what we would consider relatively highbrow literature had this sort of mass appeal, that's quite a kind of historically weird thing to happen. And arguably, we might look back and think that did weird things to art, although very good things to writers and probably good things to readers too.
Yes.
What replaces literature in your view? Because people have always had culture of some kind. People have always had stories, even oral traditions and so on. I mean, how do you see the future? I mean, how will people be
Video
getting
games.
their stories?
Audiobooks.
I think the future
Manga.
is short form video. In the longer term, God knows what the future looks like with the advent of AI. I think that will change things in ways that we probably would be unwise to speculate over.
Virtual reality?
Virtual reality, perhaps. I mean, the thing is, I sort of despise TikTok and would be reluctant to praise it at all. I did briefly have the app in a spirit of cultural exploration. And I can see why it's entertaining. I think it's total slop, and I think it's a very dangerous thing to put into your mind. But TikToks are funny. They're entertaining. Some of it, I reluctantly will grudgingly concede, is clever and made by clever, funny people. Some of it, people will have that. I think it'll be much less good for them and much less intellectually nourishing and stimulating than literature. Sadly, the choice is in front of us all every day, and a lot of people make the choice that they prefer, to sort of feed TikTok slop into their brains than read books. And, we might think that's like an appalling and crazy decision to make. It's one being made all the time. Look around you on the tube. We don't necessarily have to have a complex culture. It's been nice that we've had one. We've been very used to it, but could very well disappear.
I agree. Do you remember what I said? We don't need high grades to get through life. There's tons and tons of people who operate on a grade 5 reading level, and they are just fine. They're living life. They're proper citizens. They're paying their taxes. Do I want to shit on them? No, don't care, right? Don't care. I don't care. It's a shame. They could, try to push themselves a little. It would be nice. But there are tons and tons of people who, practically speaking, operate without much going on, really. That's just the way it is. I want to say that if I would say that a couple things will erupt. So what will happen is we went from reading books. Let's make another notepad here. So we went from reading books, let's say long form books, to short form books, to visual books, which is comics and manga. And we moved from there into visual narratives, so video games. And then now we're moving out of visual narrative video games, okay, so video games that had narratives, into experiential narratives, which is another form of a video game. So like Elden Ring, where the narrative, there's a history and a lore to learn, but you could go through that whole game, and the only story that you take away to tell your friend isn't the story that you heard about in the game, but the story of you playing the game. And this is a massive difference, because the experiential narrative feeds ultimately, I think, if we're going to go full black pill here, the experiential narrative is unsubmissive at the end of the day, because in order to enjoy a narrative in a book or in a video game, you have to submit your mind to someone else's story. Whereas an experiential narrative is all about you. It actually will feed, if the person doesn't have other forms of challenge in their life, it will feed into a narcissism. So eventually, the experiential narratives are going to lead into experiential narratives that are not created by someone else, but are created between you and your AI. And the reason why I think this will happen is because it is happening with some of my students. I've had 2, maybe 3 students who have admitted to me that they love writing stories with the help of AI, and they will just sit and chat with the AI and create a story with it. Now, this is not them sitting down and writing. I need to make this extremely clear. The AI is doing most of the work. They're just shooting the breeze. It's very similar to kind of what a person does with a ghostwriter, except this ghostwriter has very little to no pushback. You could write a whole book on this dynamic. Even in games, there's a debate between linear and sandbox experiences. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So the only issue I have with the experiential narratives, the sandbox narratives, or the experiential narratives with you and the AI, is that I do think that these are experiences that can happen and should happen. I have no real moral issue with them. But I think that as a habit, if this is the only way that you are engaging with culture, I think it is dangerously self-focused and narcissistic. Because you are not disciplining yourself to understand another person's narrative, or to put yourself underneath another person's viewpoint for a while. And this is where people start to walk into the Bible, for example, and they start to come up with their own interpretations of scripture because it suits them. They start taking out stuff that they don't like and start putting in stuff that they do like. And so this with you and your art, or these video games, this is very similar to, I'm going to put in here, fan fiction. So this is basically experimenting with canon. And once again, some fan fiction can be extremely high art. It can be the representation of somebody pushing themselves to the nth of their abilities, but many times it is masturbatory, both literally and metaphorically speaking, because it is what someone wants to do with the canon. So once again, I have no real beef with these forms of entertainment, but I think if they're the only forms of entertainment that you engage in, it is, I believe, dangerous long-term for your psychology. And if it's all about you and how you are experiencing everything and what you do always matters, I think that is fine on paper, but I think long term it leads to an inability to discipline your mind to understand and stretch yourself to understand another person's narrative or point of view. Some games are heavy on text and comprehension, most grand strategy and some CRPGs, and both are very niche nowadays when they were in the past pillars of gaming. Good point, Willie. Good point. I do think that we could put down here, let's put down here textual narratives in video games. I'll put that down, because those would be like games that are more text heavy, for sure. I do agree, Wooly. Yes. And this is where I'm saying Square Enix might be fucked, because most of the time, setting aside a couple that broke the trend, but they established a name for themselves in writing more textually based narratives with a strong visual aesthetic. And unfortunately, if they don't compromise on that, they're not going to get the children who are raised on fan fiction, AI interaction. In fact, I'm going to change this word here, to interactive narratives, you and your AI. And technically people will say, well, you're reading and writing a lot because you have this AI that you're working with. I would argue no. No, because there's a hobbling and a handicapping that naturally comes with relying only on the vocabulary that you have and the judicious use of an encyclopedia or thesaurus, that is grinding and brutalizing for the creative vision. And to have a crutch like an AI stepping in and essentially doing all of the hard work for you, I think takes away from the journey that is equally helpful when you engage in long form writing. It's not, I'm not saying that it isn't fun. I'm not saying that you couldn't do it once in a while. Once again, everything in moderation. But I think that if you think that the point of writing a book is the book only, I think you've missed the point. There's more that emerges from writing a book than just the book. It's about overcoming everything that arises between you and your vision. And sometimes you will overcome it and sometimes you will not. And I think a lot of people just focus on the product instead of the journey to the product. And the consumers are also encouraged to just pursue what makes them happy instead of what challenges them in a most basic kind of way. And so they just go for the easy route, and they will probably be more and more focused on extremely individualized, experiential, interactive narratives that only suit them. And this will unfortunately, I think, separate people more and more, for one thing. But also, I think it will feed into the world is all about me. Lord forbid I share a game online with other people who might agree or disagree with me on something. So yeah. You could write a whole book on this dynamic. Even in games, there's a debate between linear and sandbox experiences. Yeah, I think this is a situation, I think, where our culture is moving towards a specific way of interacting with entertainment. I don't see it as all bad, but I think it could get very unhealthy. I do think it can get unhealthy. But I don't see it as all necessarily bad, and I certainly don't think it has zero value. I just don't think I think in anything in excess is never good. And I think in this case, this stuff here, as much as I think some of this is enjoyable, it can take away certain forms of mental discipline that are required in some of these other forms of entertainment. But yeah. Well, I hate to say this, everybody, but we only got one video done out of 4, and it's midnight, so I'm going to stop soon. This is deeply embarrassing, but we can blame Simp, I think, for this. I'm pretty sure it was Simp who sent this to me, so we can blame him. Yeah, I think it was Simp. If it wasn't Simp, it was Wooly. So one of those two. We'll just blame them. We'll just be like, it's their fault. But honestly, guys, I will have to end here. I have some other things I need to do. I need to also just be quiet and not talk before bed. I think this man who was speaking here is incredibly sexy and attractive. If he kept talking, would I continue to agree with him? I don't know. I think he was huffing copium on a couple points. I do think education does play a role. I do think that he could have been a bit tougher on how people moralize about literature. So I think I would be a bit more crazy than him, but we're definitely circling the same toilet bowl of shittery. And it sounds like he is also dismayed by the progression of things. So this the idea of an AI generated game that adapts to me is a nightmare for me. I want to experience some other human's vision. Yeah, Willie, like, yeah, I totally agree that I personally don't think I would want to. I don't think that's for me either, Wooly. I'm personally interested. This is why I think a lot of people were like not understanding. But when I go into a piece of entertainment, I do not go into it with my literary analysis engaged. I don't go into it with my woke, you know, radar activated. Okay. I go into it in good faith to be like, am I going to have a fun time? And then I will have a fun time or I won't have a fun time. And then slowly, bit by bit, something's going to trigger. Right? Something's going to trigger and it's going to go ding, 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 ding. And it's either going to be a good trigger and be like, oh, look, they're doing something really cool here. Ooh, this is really, really good. Or it's going to be like, oh, no, oh, no, oh, no, 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 no. And it will just get worse and worse. And so depending on how good it is, it depends on how light or heavy this trigger happens. And if it's a very, very good story, I will actually not see the cracks right away and I'll just enjoy it as it should be. And then if along the way there's some bullshittery happening, I'm going to notice and it can snowball, right? It can snowball. And that has happened to me before as well, where it just continually snowballs to the point where by the end of it, I'm just enraged and I feel like I've been gypped out of my money because I probably have been. So I 100% agree, Willie, that there is something to be said about going into somebody's perspective and just experiencing it. But there's a risk, right? There's a very real risk that when you go in there, you're going to be confronted with something that's absolutely bullshit. And therein lies the issue, because we only have so much time. We only have so much money. So we have to be careful about how we spend our time and how we spend our money. So, yeah. Oh no, we didn't get through all the videos like that other time we didn't. Listen, sir. Okay, listen. I did really well the other week, the week before last. I will have you know, I got through a lot. I think he was reading the room, trying to be diplomatic rather than combative. Yeah, that's true. Plus, he's not like a faceless VTuber who's like ranting on YouTube at like 12 p.m. at night. The idea of an AI generated game. Okay, yes, read that one. Herman called it. I just feel like there are very few people who understand what is happening with English literature. And when I talk about what is happening with English literature, people get a look in their eyes that is like, oh, okay. And they either think I'm crazy or overreacting. And it's hard to explain to people why this matters, because to a degree it shouldn't matter so much, but it has become a genuine issue and it has destroyed my favorite thing to study, alas. So what are we going to do, right? So I do like how he did touch on a lot of the issues that are arising within the world of literature. I do really, really like them. I'm sure some of them are also dismissive. Yeah, a lot of people are like, well, I won't say a name, but some people were like, why does it matter? Literature is shitty anyway. It doesn't matter. And it's like, no, it actually is affecting a huge chunk of society. We can't just pretend it's not affecting people because it is, right? Could you sum up your thoughts for English literature for us who came to stream later? Okay. I will sum it up. To sum it up, where is it? Literary critique, narrative conflict. Oh, here it is. Why people don't read. Okay, here's the situation, okay? People aren't reading, and literature is dying because TV, radio, audio, computer, gaming, and film took time from reading. And people don't want to read because reading is hard, so they're reading less. To make this situation worse, homo philosophy, postmodernity, which I have no personal beef with, but postmodernity and cultural studies, certain moralizing factors, tried to justify literature. Okay, so they tried to justify literature by moralizing, using literature to moralize. But what this did is, therefore, literature itself had to be critiqued, and it cannibalized the literary canon, and it cannibalized the whole concept of even analyzing literature to begin with. So the literary field as a whole has become a cesspool of busybody, slanderous, malicious biatches who are sitting around pretending to be intelligent while taking only the most facile, superficial arguments that they can garner from other legitimate fields of study like history, economics, politics, sociology, anthropology, philosophy. So they take all of these high-level concepts that they have no business talking about, and they're talking about them in literature. And they have to do this because they cannibalize their own field of study in an effort to justify said field of study and in order to propagate their personal beliefs and their political agendas. This has led to a whole bunch of people leaving literature, going into education, and making the educational system worse. So now people, because of their philosophy, because schools are overcramped, because schools are underfunded, because teachers are underpaid, because teachers don't have great curriculum, because schools in the middle of urban centers are populated by low-income families who don't care about education, because parents aren't reading to their children, because they're shitty parents. All of this is leading to a shitty educational system. And what happens when your kids aren't taught to enjoy reading? Well, ding, 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 there's less reading. And then even if you somehow escape all of this, like someone like Wooly, who is ready to read, what's happened to them? They can't read because there's nothing being written for them. Why is nothing being written for them? Because the publishing industry has been taken over by the same people who cannibalized the field of literature, aka, I'm sorry to say it, a whole bunch of women. Unfortunately, I don't want to say that, but it is true, kind of true, more or less true. It's a generalization, but it works. So the same people who cannibalize literature are cannibalizing education, and they're cannibalizing the public industry. And when they are fighting in the public industry because women are like, fuck that shit, we just want to read our porn, leave our porn alone. And now they're going into TV. Now they're going into indie gaming. Now they're going into gaming, period. Now they're going into film. And they're telling you how to live your life there. And people are not wanting to watch that bullshit, so they're not showing up to the theaters, and the theaters are dying, and they're not showing up for streaming services. So now streaming services are getting more desperate and more ads filled, and it's just getting worse and worse. And gaming is now like one of the last bastions of city-states that is being besieged by horrible people trying to tell us how to live our life through our game. And people are reading less. That's the whole point of the stream. And literature has become so commercialized or moralized that people are trying to justify learning literature for the stupidest of reasons, when we should really just make it extremely elitist and highly theoretical at university level. Not many people should go into it. You should only go into it if you really love it. And it should not be part of the money-making machine of society. It is simply for curiosity's sake. It's simply for curiosity's sake. Literature is not intended to be simply a vehicle for moralizing or simply a vehicle for entertainment. It can be both at the same time. And obviously, literature can play a role in transforming society. It can play a role in bettering an individual, but it should not be evaluated simply on those functions. It needs to be evaluated and considered valuable solely because of what it is and the insights it can give to the process of writing, the process of creation, the connection of ideas, the proliferation of motifs and symbols throughout a work, the execution even of a particular piece of writing, and how does that affect the meaning, and all of that can be objectively analyzed and be considered at a very high level, but this should not be allotted to most people. Most people just need to be shown how to read and how to read eclectically and how to push themselves a little bit and just read for fun. Like, stop making it this moralizing, boring, pretentious bullshit. Would the next logical step be a rise in homeschooling? Homeschooling can help with depending on the mother. Don't touch our corn books is a wild thing for women to say as they're trying to remove male content because it caters to men. Foxy, you don't want to don't fall into the trap of thinking that just because some women are saying it, that all women are saying it. Okay? There's a large portion of women who don't give a shit about what men are doing. You happen to live in a society, unfortunately. I know where Foxy lives, right? I know where Foxy lives. Foxy is run by a society of the two worst types that you can get, okay? Combined together. It's called liberal Christians. Liberal Christians, oh my lord. Oh my good giddy aunt. Anyway, they are people who look conservative because they have these conservative values and they have this moral imperative. And then you have conservative Christians who are also, like, whether they're Catholic or Protestant, who can also get really weird as well. But the conservative Christians, like the conservative Catholics and the conservative Protestants, don't have that double standard. Their women aren't reading porn and telling men not to read porn. Their women are not reading porn, and the men aren't allowed to read porn. So at least the conservatives have an equal standard of, some might argue, shittery for both male and female sexes. Generally speaking, we can talk about unequal modesty standards and shit that goes on over there, but that's a whole other discussion. But generally speaking, in terms of expected behavior for men and women, in a conservative Christian society, women and men are both not allowed to engage in that stuff. It's the liberal Christian people that are the nut bar people, like the United, the Anglicans who have lost the plot, the Lutherans who have lost the plot. There's a whole bunch of quasi previously Orthodox people who have lost the plot. And then we have like the charismatics, some charismatics who have also lost the plot. So this group of people are the ones who are actually telling people how to live their life. Oddly enough. majority of women I know enjoy the bullshit we enjoy. It's the tourists or moral police that ruin stuff for us. I agree. Yeah. It's this fake country with fake accents. Yeah, Ben, like you should talk about fake accents. Foxy lives in a society. He lives in Australia, which is a society. Land of death by environment. Yes. Thank you for the explanation. I hope you're hearing my applause. Oh, you're welcome. I find it is that these protect the women from being objectified. People who don't understand that gamer women love objectifying their characters. Oh, absolutely, Foxy. This is why I'm saying is we have these tone police, these moralizing women who are coming in and telling other women how to act. Right? Once again, someone like myself, who is also still fairly conservative, is having fun in a game with her character and is clearly, enjoying her character's looks. I think this type of moralizing on the part of women is destructive for both of the sexes. Obviously. But I do think that I do think that there is an unequal standard that does exist in some areas where women are telling men to behave while they themselves are acting like complete clowns. Aussie. Hey, Nigel. Yeah. So I do think this whole situation is not great. It is resulting in a whole bunch of busybodies coming into gaming to save gaming, coming into books to save books. You have women telling other women that they shouldn't be enjoying their romances because it's too patriarchal. I've noticed certain games lean towards a new, fatter stereotype. A game like Highguard, for example. Nothing wrong with bigger women, of course, but I can't but feel it's forced. I feel it is forced for a certain group of people and for tax breaks. Yeah. Look, there is a certain character in Shadowbringers, if you know, you know, who is overweight. Well, there's actually two. And one is good and one is bad. And the one that is good, no one ever looked at her and was like, oh yeah, she's some sort of DEI quota, It fit her character. It fit who she was as a person. You could see that person in real life. She had her foibles, and she was, above all, actually extremely pro her husband. If everybody knows what I'm talking about, then you know. If you know, you know. Put a smiley face in the chat. But nobody at that point in time, as far as I know, was looking at her going, oh yeah, she was put in there to get some quota, right? She was who she was. But in terms of diversity today, it feels extremely contrived, particularly because, number one, sometimes it's lore breaking. Number two, sometimes it doesn't make sense for the plot. And number three, sometimes it's accompanied by extremely obvious grandstanding. So as soon as there's something extremely obvious going on, people immediately, you know what I'm saying. You know what's going on. You know what I mean? That person that was inserted there suddenly isn't inserted there because they matter as a character or because they matter as an NPC. They were inserted there to make a point about the real world. And this is where we're coming back into this idea that my game doesn't matter unless it's making a statement about the real world. My book doesn't matter unless it's making a statement about the real world. And my argument is that we should never justify literature or entertainment as being valid because it's making a statement about the real world. It may make a statement about the real world, incidentally, but the statement about the real world is not what gives it value. And Walter Benjamin believed that if art politicized itself in response to fascism, politicizing art, then this was the way out for bringing value to art. And I could not disagree with him more. I personally believe that he completely missed the point. And his particular piece of writing, his essay, has become a cornerstone in universities like the one I went to, where the professor basically was like, yeah, maybe art has to be validated by the message that it carries. Can you imagine your game or your piece of entertainment being determined whether it's good or bad quality based on whether the author or the work itself aligns with a person's values? Imagine Christians determining that for the rest of society. Nobody would like that. And we're letting a whole bunch of left-wing ideologues determine for the rest of society whether people should enjoy Hogwarts Legacy or not, because J.K. Rowling said something mean on Twitter. Keep the real world out of my fantasy game, please. Like IGN. Yeah, IGN's another case in point. Do you know, like, that whole thing that they had about that mouse game? And, like, once again, we can be objective and we can say whether a game is working or doesn't work, right? But do you remember how in the mouse game, they were, like, making the most... They were like, oh, it's just not serious enough. And it's, you know, yada, yada. And they were trying to make the weirdest positional... Like, they held some of the weirdest positions on that mouse shoot 'em up game. And it was kind of like, I think I think this person was trying to sound intellectual, and it came at the cost of him sounding extremely stupid. There was a question I heard regarding anime. Should a cultural medium that starts entering the global market should change itself to suit the taste of the global expectations and morals? It can, if it wants to. Absolutely. It depends on what you want to do. Do you want to make money, or do you want to pursue yourself, what your authenticity? Should a left-wing leaning person change the internal message or philosophy of their stuff to make money or not? And they have to decide that. That is a personal decision, right? So but at the detriment of the media, even if it wasn't designed for global marketing. I don't think, how can I say this? Any media that is not designed for global marketing will live or die based off of its local consumption. Let's say there is there's a very special kind of culture making in the Middle East that is linked to, is it some sort of beading or weaving? Anyway, too many people don't practice it, so it's dying off now, and they have had to go in and basically like record people doing it just in case the last masters die. There's in South America, there are these special boats that are made out of specific reed or some sort. It's not like a bamboo, but it's like a reed type boat, and this type of reed like boat, for example, can only be really recreated by the locals because it requires local grasses and local resources. And this method of riding in a boat has like in this particular reed boat, I think it's on Lake Titicaca, I don't know, but anyway, there's like a type of boat making culture that's slowly dying, right? If a media cannot evolve to suit global tastes, it will live or die depending on the culture's determination that it is relevant. So, for example, if, let's say, anime never made it beyond Japan's borders, it would live and die with Japan. But if it can evolve enough to be adopted by other people, then it will survive beyond its origin country. If it cannot evolve, it will live or die depending on its origins. And should it change? It should change if it wants to make money. And it will not do so to the detriment of itself, because it will evolve. Now, in some cases, if for example, it evolves to the detriment of itself, let's say it changes too much so that it itself no longer exists, then it will either continue on at home as is, and the outward form that could not survive will die naturally, or the outward form that could not survive as it will continue as something new entirely. Like, I'm practically speaking here. I am very cautious about saying whether something should or shouldn't happen. But let's say anime and manga leaves Japan, goes out into the external world. I think it can and should and will evolve, because it's simply a medium. It's a way of drawing. And the original beliefs, ideas, tropes, thoughts, feelings, religious propensities within anime and manga will remain the purview of Japan. The outward form will be and should be and can be adopted and used for other stuff. That's just the way it is. It would be like suggesting, should we share acrylics with Asians? Or should we share should the Chinese have shared the art of paper making? Like, I think to a degree, for me anyway, a medium for something is not to be confused with the actual media. So the medium is extremely malleable. The media, if it's taken away from, so let's say a specific anime is exported to another country, and let's say the anime comes from Saudi Arabia, where it's okay to I don't know what human rights stuff is left in Saudi Arabia. Maybe I'll choose another country, Afghanistan. Let's say that Afghanistan put out a manga that suggests that it's okay to shoot girls who try to go to school. Should that manga be translated and put out into the global market? Or should it change itself? And the answer is, it should not if it doesn't want to. But if it wants to make money for the Afghanistan regime, it would be extremely wise to change the plot of its translation, or to revise its stories in order to suit a global market. So should something change itself? No. But can it? Could it? Yeah. But once again, it depends. It depends on the situation, I think. I just think it's cover Chadwick Boseman's face on a poster. Yeah, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is it is a very rare medium that cannot adapt. And any medium that cannot adapt will die, or will depend on its local culture. And let's say there's a writer, okay? Let's say there's a Japanese writer who is never seen outside of Japan. They will do well. But if you want to make money and you want to be the next Murakami, you're going to have to figure things out, right? Or you don't, and you actually trade on your uniqueness. So I don't think it's so simple to say this will happen or that will happen. Not everything that is inflexible will die once hitting the global market. In fact, it's due to its unique nature. It may, in fact, inflame and inspire the global market, right? It doesn't, it by virtue of being unique and fresh, it doesn't need to change. But some creatives will believe that they need to transform some things for the sake of money, and they will make that determination themselves. And as long as that determination was made for themselves and they feel that it hasn't caused any detriment to their initial artistic vision, then they should feel free to do what they want. In the same way that I think like writers should feel the freedom to make stuff that is commercially uninteresting to them, right? They can just make something that is like how I did ghostwriting. I wasn't interested in everything that I was writing, but I wrote it for money. So there's tons of people who will compromise. The key though is not to compromise quality. What you will compromise is perhaps your personal investment in the vision, but you don't have to compromise quality for personal investment in the vision. But it is a very serious question because, for example, Japan has certain things like 1,000-year-old witches that look like 6-year-olds. Cardcaptor Sakura had, well, cousin incest, pederasty / pedophilia-ish-ness between a student teacher and a student, right? There were certain things in Cardcaptor Sakura that are a heavy no-no in our culture for obvious reasons. And the YTV version of Cardcaptor Sakura censored that material out. And guess what? I'm actually okay with it. And Cardcaptor Sakura, the YTV version, still works as a viable story and still has the general drift of everything. It's still all there. It still's working. I don't need to see the small kid meeting up with her student teacher in a park to give him a Valentine's Day present to give me a good story. Some things I'm okay with letting it go and not seeing that necessarily, right? But should that have happened? Should it have been censored? Right? They censored out Toya's feelings for Sakura because maybe it was too lesbian to have, grade 5 students, falling in love with each other. So they censored out Toya's feelings for Sakura. I personally thought that the manga handled it really well, but I could once again see a specific culture being like, we don't want to have grade 5, grade 6-year-olds, low key standing for their same-sex friend. I could see where some people might have a cultural problem with that and start censoring it. Now, I personally don't think actually the anime / manga in the original handled it poorly, because Sakura obviously ends up with Lee. That's not the point. I think the point is that in the case of Cardcaptor Sakura, certain stuff was removed for very obvious cultural reasons, but I do not think it made Cardcaptor Sakura the worse for it. My issue is when there's a severe overstepping. There's a severe overstepping where you're rewriting it entirely without the permission of the creators. if the creators for Cardcaptor Sakura don't want that censored, then they either find people who will release it uncensored, or they don't release it in that country. That's what happened with Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 16 said, you know what, we're not going to take out the gay representation. So it's just not going to the Middle East, I guess. That at least is more honest intellectually to me, because that was important to them. So they're going to keep that in the story because it mattered for the story, apparently. So that's what they chose as creatives. They chose, you know what, we're not going to export it to the Middle East. Fuck him. That's fine. That's their choice as a creative. It depends on the creative. For some creatives, it's not important. They just want the money. Give me the money. Put whatever you want on there. Don't give a fuck. Just slap it on there. But some creatives, I think, are railroaded, or it happens without their knowledge, and that's where I disagree, right? I disagree if the creative had no choice in it. If the original author had no choice in the changes that was made to their material, and it was made without their consent, those changes, that is a crime. The fact the character was gay was the least interesting thing about them? Well, yeah. I mean, that's what good writing is. I think the issue with anime at the moment is Western Ideals wants anime to basically westernize to a modern global audience instead of focusing on what makes Japanese storytelling interesting. Yeah, absolutely, Foxy. But it's up to the Japanese to fight for it and to believe in themselves. We can ask for stuff. They can decide whether or not to go for it. It's that simple. Us asking for something, or us requiring something, or the Middle East requiring something, is not necessarily wrong. It's up to the exporter and the visionary and the writer to decide whether they want to compromise or not for money. It's both and. We can have our desires and say, hey, we don't want to see that. It's up to the creatives to decide, do we want to go for it? It's the same thing right now with Hollywood, right? Hollywood is trying to tell us, this is what we want to make. This is what we want to make. What are we telling them? No, we're not interested. Same thing with video games. Some video game companies are trying to tell us, this is what we want to make. This is what we want you to enjoy. Are we just sitting back and saying, well, since you're the creator, you have the right to just make whatever you want. So that's okay. We're not going to say anything. Right? Is that really the stance we want to take? No, the stance that we want to take is, I am going to signal to creatives what I want to see, and some creatives are going to ignore me and do what they want, and some creatives are going to be like, ooh, money, and they're going to make what I want. So, like, this is that simple. We are not going to just sit back and let these, like, let's say, Western computer gaming ideologues tell us, well, this is what our vision was, so you need to respect it. No, we don't have to respect your vision. We can just be like, no, I don't like it. I don't enjoy it. I don't want to pay money for it. Same thing with the Japanese. The Japanese can shit something out, and we can decide, do we like it or do we not like it? Now, I think some Japanese people will change themselves because they want the global audience. But some Japanese people don't want to, and they should not have to. But they are not entitled to my money. And that's where the logic of the question, Foxy, breaks down. Because if we are going to protect all creative imperative at the cost of consumer interest, consumers then have no way to give feedback in our Western context. And this works toward the Japanese as well. Right? So this is where I think the argument kind of breaks down. I agree that we need to respect what creatives have done, But if the creatives are willing to compromise for the sake of money, they should have the right to compromise. And similarly, we can tell creatives what we want, and it's up to the creative to decide whether to compromise or not and give us what we want. The good thing is that Japanese creators are fighting back against the Delulu Twitter warriors. They should. They should. Absolutely. I can live with lolly excised from anime manga. Yeah, sure. Any of you guys want to play some Concord after stream? I want this character that I headcanon is trans, and you as the creator must accept it. I mean, that's a whole other, parasocial problem, Foxy, for sure. That happens even without the trans. Like, there's tons of people who will hardcore, argue whether Deckard is, a robot or is not a robot. Like, people headcanon about more stuff than just being trans or being gay or whatever. Like, there's like long ongoing discussions about tons and tons of stuff that's just beyond the trans thing. People are going to have headcanons about all sorts of stuff, both ideological and non-ideological. The problem is when they start going into a creative's inbox and harassing the creative. I think as soon as a consumer gets into a creative's inbox and starts verbally abusing them, I think that's when a line has been crossed and legal action should be taken. It's okay with posting online, like, I was disappointed about the direction of this book, or I didn't like the author's take on this or that social issue. Absolutely fine. You could even write in a respectful letter saying, hey, what happened, bro? You fell off hard, right? But if you're actually getting into somebody's DMs to wish them harm or to threaten them in any kind of way, like, I think if you're writing somebody because they didn't canonize a character the way that you wanted them to be canonized, I think you probably have a mental illness and they probably should report you, right? It doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, or who you voted for. I think if you're writing to an author to complain that X character didn't get with Y character, I think you probably need help. Like, you need real help. It's steam powered. Oh my gosh. Time machine. I think we need to be cautious. If creators want to create something based on their culture and media norms, they shouldn't be forced to change their content to suit the needs of a minority group. Correct. But if a creator decides that they want to compromise and they are okay with their work being censored in order to make money, they should have that right. And they should not be called out for it. If they choose to do it, or if they choose to write a certain way, they should be also left alone. But nobody should be trying to go into another culture, especially, let's say, the Japanese, and tell the Japanese people, you can or cannot make this thing. I'm not a fan of the lolly shit. I'm not a fan of the small kid shit. I don't like that. I don't like it, period. I agree with Wooly. I think lolly should not be proliferated. I do think there's an argument made there for some creepy stuff. But that's another country's problem. We just need to worry about it when it enters our borders. That's all. I don't like what's going on in Afghanistan, right? Maybe we should do something about it, but that's a political thing. That's not a cultural thing. The lolly creep stuff isn't great. Yeah. But once again, should we go over into Japan and call the UN on them? Maybe that's something that countries can deal with on a political level, but I don't think it should be, or Iran. Yeah, sure. Iran, sure. Whatever. Right. There's stuff that goes on in other people's countries that concerns us, but should we get involved? right? Should we get involved? I don't know, right? So that's where I'm a little bit hesitant about getting involved in another culture, because maybe it's not our business. Maybe we should just leave it alone and let them sort it out. Same thing with Japan's lolly stuff. I don't like the Japanese lolly stuff. I won't buy it when they export it. But does that mean I should go to Japan and harass Japanese people because of the lolly? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I can spend my time doing something else and just not buy lolly shit. There are times where it's fine, but fans usually make it creepy. I mean, yeah, it is kind of like in the case of Cardcaptor Sakura, this wasn't lolly. That's all I'm gonna say. They had a bunch of weird stuff up in there. And incidentally, Cardcaptor Sakura was written by a pack of women. So there's that to consider as well. But anyway, yeah, very cool, very thoughtful, very interesting. I liked this one. I don't really watch a lot from the New Statesman. I'm not subscribed to them. I'm surprised by the presenter's comments about Dickens writing just to entertain. He is one of the best examples of a 19th century writer using fiction as a means to spark social reform and make audiences more aware of societal inequality. I think it's even more than that. I think Dickens was sometimes lampooning certain people in society who were carrying a sense of moral superiority, and Dickens was highlighting not just injustice in law, which has happened in Bleak House, but also injustice in the penury system? Well, like the system where people have to deal with debts. So that was in Little Dorrit, and then in Oliver Twist, it has to deal with the underbelly of the city. Well, of course, there's Tale of Two Cities, which is something else entirely. The underbelly of revolutions. Nicholas Nickleby. Is it Nicholas Nickleby, which was the underbelly of America? Or what was the American one where he went to America and he kind of shat on America? But anyway, I think Dickens was doing more than just talking about social inequality. He was talking about people being hypocrites. I earned an English literature degree in 1993 after I'd begun a career in telecommunications. English literature made me a better reader and writer due to having professors lead the class through thoughtful and well-written works of literature. The pressure of writing essays forced me to communicate clearly and succinctly, which was a skill that translated to many aspects of my life, including in the engineering department I worked in. The problem today is that a degree is treated as a means of entry to the world of employment. It is about the credential the prospective employer demands, and they never demand a degree in English literature. Before 1980, when there were many fewer degree holders, an English literature degree would be seen by employees as a sign of a well-educated person fit for management. That is clearly not the case any longer. I was educated in Canada, so maybe it was different in the UK, but I do not recall being taught literature through a moral lens. Rather, the psychology of the characters and the society in which they operated was a primary consideration. Yeah. I agree. It sounds like Tolstoy of how he loved the serfs and peasants. There's some times where it's fine, but usually... okay, yeah, that's related to that. Yeah. Literature, philosophy, history, and sociology should be the cornerstones of our education system, but we got into this trap of thinking that anything that can't immediately and obviously be used to earn a wage is not valuable. We're trained to earn a living, but we're left not knowing how to live. Wow. True and real. Well, that was depressing, but enlightening, I hope, for some people. I loved it. I only got through one video. Sorry, not sorry. and it is now almost 1, so I'm actually going to leave chat. I'm sorry for everybody who came in later. I have class tomorrow. I have a math test tomorrow. I have homework due to, well, not homework due, but I want to get some homework done tomorrow. So you missed stuff? Yes. Well, highly recommend watching the whole stream actually this time, because it was a very lively discussion. I genuinely think today was an awesome stream. Everybody brought their A game. Yeah, I feel like we all did a great job, but I really have to go and unwind and maybe snack on something and drink water and stuff. So I'm going to go now, but thank you everybody. No need to apologize. Foxy, I love your question. It was great. Yes, Royal, it's time to hit the accounting books. But I'll see everybody probably next week, as long as I'm feeling like school is, not crushing me. Okay? So I'll see everybody later. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. I really appreciate you all. And I'll see y'all next time, okay? Bye.